Okay. Sniffling. Last session, you guys were raided by a airship that had a lot of undead and an undead engine that fed on flesh. And you drove the ship away using a keg of gunpowder and exploded it. And it was pretty glorious. And when you saw the inside of it, it was a pretty nasty engine with like cows sticking out of it. Um, you headed for um, I won't tell you how much the keg of gunpowder would have cost. You can ask Tegan if you want, but I have a feeling that crying might be involved. Yep, never gonna know. You guys headed toward desert town Alah, and stayed at the Desert Fox Inn for the night after being dropped off. From there, much revelry was had, and you guys after that picked up a few Silonars with wagons and headed towards Fort Granite. While in Fort Granite, um, you guys stopped by the newer Warwater state, getting introduced to Alexandria's old friend Skull and her brother Angelo. And you guys headed up to, and her children, who you left Belzor with. Well, he was more like he was dragged away by two 6-year-olds.
Those assholes have my statue.
They do have your statue. Um,
Mysteriously fixed, too.
So after that, you guys headed to
Somehow.
what Alexandria deemed as the old estate, where she had some, I guess you could say it's Fort Granite Uber, take you to the old estate atop this cliff, where you met a gnome named Anastace, another one of Alexandria's former companions, where she had said to you that, okay, Lyft. How about Lyft? Lyft?
Okay.
Are we good with Lyft?
Okay.
Uber
Yeah.
says we're good with Lyft. Okay.
Also, Uber supports dumbass.
Okay, Lyft. We're going
Yep.
with Lyft. So you guys took a lift to the old estate, met Anastace, and while you guys were, looking around the outside and looking around the inside, she introduced you to Nada, the housekeeper of the old estate, and she, wanting to know how you guys would work cohesively as a unit, Alexandria wants you to fight one of her old adventuring companions. It's still probably late in the afternoon. She had invited all of you to dinner at her brother's estate, and that's where I believe we left off. So you guys are all at the estate, and she showed you a few things, like there is a water source in the basement, and she explained that the treasure hunters and her at first had a deal to distribute this water to the rest of Fort Granite. This was before she really got into the politics of Fort Granite a long time ago. And that you probably will have to eventually meet Bug, the cell leader of Fort Granite. Um, was there anything you guys wanted to do before dinner?
Before dinner, no.
Okay.
I think, I'm in whatever room, I have chosen, with Theo, and I'm kind of, like, going over, names on a list.
Okay. That's excellent. Yeah, so the
Yeah.
estate has they have 5 main
We don't know, because we don't We haven't seen the map yet.
Well, we don't have the map because I forgot about the map, but I'm going to describe to you as best I can from detail about what the house looks like because my character's actually been in this house like a couple times. So there are 5 bedrooms. One of them, I had mentioned, has a secret passage out to the hallway just in case the door was barred for some reason. So there's 5 bedrooms on the second floor. The center of the house is actually, since it doesn't rain in Fort Granite too much, and if they do get a torrent rain, then they have like a little tarp system they have going on. That the courtyard of the house is in the center of the house, so it's kind of like a square. In the center, there's a smaller square that has a nice fountain. There are stables in the back for 4 stable rooms, if I remember correctly. A master bath, it's actually 2 bathrooms. Kitchen, grand dining room, study, foyer. It's pretty much a small mansion. And there are servants' quarters, which currently the individuals that Alexandria takes off of Captain Grenadine's hands stay once, she figures if they are magically gifted and they stay here for a short time. Nada overlooks the entire premises. Um, and occasionally she has a couple of younger individuals that help her. Sometimes they change from time to time. Some people just get tired of living the servant lifestyle. Others, decide that they want to do something else with their lives or go across the ocean and don't want to be around Fort Grandin anymore for very obvious reasons. Um, there is in the back, there is kind of she shows you there's kind of like a sword training setup that she made a long time ago for Angelo. What it is pretty much is there are a series of vertical logs of the same height, and above the logs there is a rope rigging system where if you want to, you can have these 2 logs swing in and out. So you're kind of practicing swordplay while you're trying to maneuver over these flat logs. It's very similar to what if anybody has played the Witcher 3 before. It's kind of very similar to that setup. There's also training dummies in the back. There is a woodshed in the front, where she pointed out, and there is also that a circle of stones that she had mentioned were dedicated to an old god that she has really no idea who or what entity it could be. It was just there when she had inherited the property. Um, there is also a small, kind of like a small cottage off to the side where Anastace lives with her goats. Um, there is a well on the property, and other than having a goat farm and the layout of the outside of the house is small shrubbery. When you got to Robur, you notice that there are almost, if any, other than the richer places in town, barely anybody has like true trees. They might have desert like cacti um trees, but they don't really have like real like wooden trees. You'd have to go further north to find something like that. Um so after, Alexandria shows you more or less the lay of the land, she mentions that she will send somebody, a Lyft driver, to pick you guys up for dinner, and you guys don't have to attend if you don't want to, but um, it would be nice to get to know everybody. And most of the buildings in the area are made out of stone or adobe type mud. So a lot of especially the poorer buildings are made of that material. because wood is a pretty expensive commodity around here. It has to be imported from the north. So Alexandria says, so dinner will be around 7:30ish. So I'll send somebody up around maybe 7:10, 7:15. And yeah, if you want to come, please feel free to. But if you're tired and you just want to take a load off, then you're more than welcome to just stay around, hang out. If you need anything at all, just let Nadam know, and she will take care of everything. Any questions before I leave?
I don't think so.
All right. Then I will bid you ladies good afternoon. And with that, Skull and Angelo kind of nod to each other, and they walk back with her. Anastasia is always also still around. She's most of the time she's been playing with Bob, the kid, kind of just hanging around, kind of warily looking at Raine after that comment. Just keeping a close eye on the baby goat. So,
Raine's just gonna go see if they have any mint in the kitchen.
mint? There's
Mint
Because
jelly.
you have mint jelly with lamb. Yep.
go just roll a perception check. I mean, it's a
Not
little-
really.
Okay.
Not really.
I
You're
think
a
she
smart
just
ass.
announces that I'm gonna go see if they have mint in the kitchen and wanders off. Probably.
All right.
Pretty sure I would
guessing.
get killed, so no.
And Anastasia's been just keeping a close eye on you after that comment, but eventually she's like, I'm gonna just go hang out with my goat posse now. So eventually around 7:15 ish, Nada goes up and knocks on each one of your doors, just letting you know. She doesn't even open the door, just letting you know that that the lift service is here to bring you to the other estate, and they're waiting by the gate. Who does is anybody staying where they are right now?
I'm getting
Dinner, she's a
food.
free dinner.
No, I'm gonna go.
Yep.
I'm leaving my shield behind, but I'm going to get food.
Okay. All right. So eventually,
And I'm bringing Theo with me.
Yeah. Eventually,
And all the way, you guys can hear me going, "What do you think of Agatha or Hattie or
Oh, I don't know about Hattie.
what's wrong with Hattie?"
It sounds a little old, maybe.
Tilda rolls her eyes and just crosses it off.
If you're gonna go with Hattie, you might as well add Agnes to the pool of possibilities.
Theo didn't like it.
Well, Theo's not making the choice. You are.
It's gotta
It's a
be
group
something that
decision, darling.
rolls off the tongue for pillow talk.
Theo was like, I did like Heather, but you didn't really seem to like that either.
Oh no.
You don't like Heather? Okay.
Was that the name of an ex?
No.
No.
I just thought it sounded nice. You just kind
It's
of
the name of a
looked
plant,
at you
Raine, come on.
guys, like, really?
Oh, man.
We're gonna go down this path. Eventually, you guys are loaded into the lift wagons and taken to Angelo's estate, where there are a few guards on duty and that have purple tabards with a silver dragon crest-like the pattern on them. and they just wave you guys through. They've already been, they seem to have known about you guys prior. Um, you guys roll up to the estate, um, where there are a few servants that offer to take any belongings you want to store in the the coat room. Um, and they lead you to a very large dining room, a round table, as opposed to a rectangular table that seems to be able to fit up to probably 16 people. Um, and you guys see Caliph and Gypsum. In between there is okay. In between the pair of twins is Belzor, looking a lot cleaner than he did prior to the last time you saw him. And at this point, there are a couple little trinkets on the table. Caleb has his brand new Displacer Beast statue, and um, and Gypsum has her shiny new flute. Who, Alexandra say, put that away until the end of the meal, dear. Angel and Skull and Anastasia, who came with you, are all there. Um, and they say, sit anywhere you want. And yeah, and the servants begin to bring out like little appetizers of like chutneys and flattened breads and just starters before the meal begins. And everybody's starts to make like little casual conversation. um Anastasia actually vouches to actually, yeah, Anastasia actually goes up to Onenia and finds a seat next to her. Sits down and kind of waves Skull to join her. Who Skull just nods and sits very close to the two of you, Onenia. Um, Alexandria chooses to sit very close to her children and her brother. And her brother, as soon as you guys walked in, he was already seated. Kind of gives you, kind of a look, just kind of looking each one of you guys up and down. Not Theo or Iskin, but the group of you five. And it looks like he's trying to decipher something just by your looks, but he, after a few minutes, he decides, just to go back and speak to his sister. Um, So Alexandra says, "So, um, have you decided on names yet, or are you still thinking about it?"
I think that I will be going by Leyland.
Okay.
I'll be wooing.
What was that? Sorry.
Wooing. Wuing. I'm not creative, so I took it from my former chieftain.
Oh, okay. That's nothing with a U, I assume. Okay. Um, and what about you, Zaitari?
I will be going by Serafina Theodre Tolman. I don't want to get too far into the backstory, but suffice it to say, it's worked out.
Okay. Serafina, could you repeat the second one? I'm just writing this all down.
Theodre, yeah, Theodre Tolman.
All right. Um, and she looks over at Raine. And what about you?
Oh, I'll just be going by Danica. It's an old one to slip into.
Okay. And Matilda?
I think, Flora.
Okay. Excellent. I'll just try to commit
And,
those.
Theodric here will be Frederick.
And Theodric nods. I think I look like a Frederick, he says. So, and what about you, Iskin? You might probably need another name as well since you're going to be working with my brother. And Iskin's like, and he kind of looks over at Raine. I haven't really decided.
But just Alex.
All right, I can work with that. All right, excellent. I will commit those to memory, and we decide these are going to be the names that you would use while working with me, I believe, or the other way around. This day's been going by very quickly. Okay. At this point, a very large roast pig arrives at the table with a light tossed green salad and a couple of strange condiments that are native to the region. Um, and you guys can dig in if you want. Everything is well within reach. So Angelo says, so I'm going to be after tomorrow's little battle. I'll be taking Iskin and Theodric with me. Bryn's name is Leyland.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could type it. Leyland. Okay, thank you.
I'll be taking Iskin and Theodric with me after. Well, I assume and that all of you would only want to be fighting the best that this my sister's part, well, our party had to offer, and at this point Alexander's like, I'm not saying anything. I mean, it's quite obvious, and Alexander's like, he's usually a little less pompous. No, actually, that's not true. He's pretty pompous. Speaking of which, have you decided who you wanted to fight tomorrow?
Did we talk about that yet?
I was thinking we would discuss that after dinner amongst ourselves.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, was there any questions? I kind of wanted to be more of a surprise about what each of my companions can do, so but you guys could talk about it after dinner. Stupid running nose.
Are you not feeling well, darling?
I don't travel very well, unfortunately, because of several ailments. I tend to have a very weakened immune system, so the traveling has. I've caught a cold, as strange as it is in this type of environment.
That's unfortunate, darling. You should really take better care of yourself, don't you think? Are you is there some sort of natural remedy that's native to Robert that you could be taking?
I'm already drinking lots of tea with lemon and ginger, so I mean,
All right.
and
You
Angelo's
should
already
add a little a little bourbon to that.
Maybe I will. Angelo's been watching me like a hawk anyway, and you see Angelo like just shaking his head. So the rest of dinner goes without, incident. It's just mostly casual conversation. If you guys have any questions you want to ask, like Angelo, Alexandria, Skull, Anastace, you're more than welcome to ask them now.
Well, how responsive is Skull going to actually be,
Um,
considering he doesn't talk?
Skull will nod.
I'm
Well, he could do yes or no questions. Like he could
True.
nod.
I'm carrying on a full conversation with Skull
Okay.
because he and I get each other.
Oh yeah,
we understand.
he and you are like, you're talking, he's nodding and following the conversation, trying to provide input as best he can.
We're fast bosom buddies.
Skull kind of arcs an eyebrow towards you, Bryn.
I didn't actually ask him if it was bigger than a bread box. What? I was just thinking that 20 questions would be a good game to play with somebody who, they're not great at talking. So.
And also Anastasia, since she's traveled with Skull for a very long time, she provides little inserts bits of conversation every here and now and then if things need to be explained a little more. Every once in a while she does shoot a glance over at Raine, kind of like, I'm still watching you, like kind of like the pointing her like index finger and middle finger fingers to her eyes and then to Raine at one point.
Raine kind of rolls her eyes like, even like, go for Christ's sake.
And when she does that, Skull kind of just pats Anastasia on the head, like, settle down, young one, settle down. So the dinner goes off casually. At the end of the meal, there is a very delicate sweetbread with a kind of rice pudding that is served, made with rose water and almonds, that finishes off the meal. And Alexandra says, "Well, I'm going to go upstairs, and my children have been clamoring for a story, so I'll be going up there and putting the children to bed." And Belzor is kind of looking, and Alexandra says, "You can come soon if you want. I mean, you'll be staying here for a while."
Actually, I was wondering if I could speak with Belzor just for a moment.
Oh, yeah, and Belzor's like, "Okay." And she's like, "Oh, no big deal," says Andrea. "Just, come up whenever you're ready." And at this point, Caliph and Gypsum are literally almost dragging Alexandria up the stairs, saying that, "Oh, we want to hear the story about the frost giant again." And Alexandra's like, "All right, all right, all right. Well, I'll tell you again." And she allows her at this point to be dragged up the stairs by the children. Angelo says that I'm going to go to the sitting room, and I'm going to pour myself a nice glass. Anyone is more than welcome to join me if they wish. But if you excuse me, you ladies have a wonderful evening. And he picks himself up and goes to one of the sitting rooms at the end of the hallway. And at this point, the servants are cleaning up dishes and glasses and picking things up. Skull looks over to you, Onenia, and Anastasia provides the voice for him and says, "Yeah, Skull has to go make sure that all the guard have their appropriate shifts. I'm gonna go help him too. But anytime you guys are about to leave, just let me know and I'll catch a ride with you. So good night,
Well,
guys."
should we head back to the apartments and where we're staying, and then maybe talk about what we wanted to do with the fighting thing?
Yeah, I think so. And before Skull walks out, I just kind of point at him and shout back, like, "Still on for the run in the morning? 2K? For dawn?"
He there is a very wide grin, and he gives you a thumbs up.
I'll bring the weights.
Boy, got a treat.
He motions to like a actually he turns to Anastasia and he pats his chest and kind of makes the outline of like a vest, And Anastasia's like, oh yeah, Skull has like a weighted vest. He can get you one made if you want as well.
You got
I have
lidded.
armor.
You got
It isn't
weighted
a weighted
liquids.
vest.
And
I'm good.
All right, Anastasia puts a thumbs up, and they both go towards the outside to the guardhouses. And you guys are gonna grab a lift back to the.
No, I wanted to talk to Belzor.
All right, Belzor. Right,
And I
Belzor.
have to talk-
Belzor's standing there like.
I forgot Belzor was at the different
yeah.
place. My bad.
Yeah, Belzor's sitting there like still waiting for you guys as you guys are talking amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I need to go talk to him as well. So, like after 10 minutes after he leaves to go to the sitting room, I'm gonna go too.
Okay. All right, let's start with Tilda and Belzor. Do you want to talk to him in the dining room, or did you want to take him to aside?
I'd like to speak with him in private.
Okay.
I'm okay with if Theo follows me, but if anyone else tries, just kind of.
Oh yeah, of course. Theo's fine, but everybody else, no, fuck them.
Tegan's here by the way too. Actually, I shouldn't mention.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah, he's just been like casually like, finishing the red wine that he ordered. Well, actually, it would be a Riesling that he but had with his dessert, and he's just casually making conversation with anybody who wants to make conversation. So Tilda, you take Belzor aside, and there's multiple sitting rooms, and rooms off to the side, so you can take him to any one of those, and the servants don't seem to bother you at all.
Okay, I just want to, I'm gonna have him. Sit down, darling.
Okay.
I just wanted to check in with you.
Sorry, I disconnected like just as he says Belzor, and I was like, "Fuck!" Sorry, and then all right, so
Okay.
sorry.
So, Belzor, darling, I was just wondering, I wanted to check in with you after, to see how you're feeling after the whole incident on the airship.
Oh, he kind of looks at you for a minute, and then looks down at his feet and says,
If you don't have an answer, that's fine.
I'm still thinking about it. I mean, I've been talking. I've been here since you guys went to the other place. And I don't know. I think I'm okay. I think. I mean, I still can't believe I did it. I don't know, like, Sifu Goodfeather told me that, the feeling of taking somebody's life would never be comfortable. For him, he said it never was. But he said if it's something that you have to do, then you just have to do it. Especially if you want to protect somebody, which I wanted to. I just hope I don't have to do it again.
I hope not either. I hope you don't have to ever do that again. Um, and do you think you'll enjoy your stay here, or would you prefer to be at the other estate with the rest of us?
I Gypsum and Caleb have been very nice to me. I mean, I don't want to spend all of my time with them. And he kind of leans in close to you, and he says, they're kind of, they can be a little overwhelming.
Tilda tries really hard not to burst out laughing.
I need a
Really?
wisdom save for that.
Yeah, they're like they're always running around, and they're always showing me new things, and it's like they talk really fast. I mean, have you ever met somebody like that before? I mean, I know they're only 6, but
Well, darling, yes, they are young, and we have to have patience with the young, don't we?
mhm, I guess so. But yeah, I mean, I would like to still see you guys like a lot. I mean, I I mean, if that's okay, I mean, I'd like to. I mean, I'm okay spending some time here and talking to them, and you know, this place is really big. I'm not used to it actually. But I do still want to spend time with all of you.
As do we want to spend time with you, darling. Um, how's about we look for a new teacher for you here in town? Would that be amenable?
I think so. I mean, Sifu said he was from this area. Um,
Oh,
and at this point, he kind of looks around, and from underneath his shirt, he takes out this black cord necklace, and um, hanging off the black cord necklace, there is a symbol that looks very similar to Pelor's symbol, but looks more like um, looks more like a sunflower with really large petals. And he says, he told me that I'm supposed, if I, and I was still thinking about, the whole hurting, killing thing, and if I really wanted to, if I could still, if I, if I still could protect, knowing that I would have to do something like that, that if I wanted to find somebody who could teach me, I should look for this symbol, but I'm not sure where I should start.
well, you should probably start by informing our hosts of this symbol that you carry. Um, and they might know where to direct you.
Okay. Well, I'll ask Alexandria when she gets a chance, and he looks up at the stairs. She's probably pretty busy right now.
Yes, but when you get an answer, if we are still in town and aren't busy with um certain things, why don't you send for some of us up at the old estate, and I mean, I for one would love to go into town and help you find this person.
Okay. Yeah, I think I can do that. But I mean, would it be okay to? I I don't really want to spend the night here yet. Is it
Oh,
okay if I come back with you guys? I don't really know like these people very well. I mean, I mean they seem very
understandable. Understandable.
nice.
Yes, of course, darling.
Okay. Yeah,
Come
I
on,
was
up you pop.
okay. Yeah, he looks like a little he still looks a little bit like nervous about being in this kind of setting.
Yeah. Whatever makes you most comfortable, darling.
Thank you, Miss Tilda. And he smiles up at you.
Mm-hmm. I smile back at him, but all right. Let's go find the others.
Okay. And he falls beside you. Zaitari. So eventually the
Yep.
servants tell you, if you ask around, they tell you Angelo is in his in one of the sitting rooms off at the end of the hallway. And when you get to the sitting room, the door is wide open. Um Inside the room, there is a very large painting of a dark haired, stoic man. There's also, in the painting, there's also a very beautiful, golden haired elven woman in the picture. And she's dressed, you know, very simply, as is the man in the picture. It's simple but sophisticated. There is well, there's no fireplace going currently, but there are little um, ever burning lights that illuminate the room. And Angelo is sitting in one of the probably four red velvet cushioned um, chairs, just drinking, looking up to the picture every once in a while, and looking what looks to be like a tome, a very old tome on this probably ebony wooden table. And he doesn't seem to, if he knows you're there, he doesn't seem to acknowledge it.
Um, Looking at the painting, uh, does it look like those are his parents? Like
Um,
his Aunt Alexandria's?
make a
Make a genetics test.
just make me like an investigation check. You're probably
Okay.
trying to like match features on these two. Um, the man does look like, he has very similar bone structure to Angelo. Um, the hair definitely is the same color as Angelo's on the elven woman.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing
You
is
are the
that
father.
as far as you know, Angelo appears to be human.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that.
Okay.
But it's possible,
Okay.
but you're not 100% sure.
And are there any like is there like a dry bar somewhere where I can like glasses and
Oh
some
yeah. Oh yeah.
stuff to
Oh
pour
yeah.
myself?
There's a whole bar off to the side,
All
of
right.
assorted drinks, glasses, shot glasses, wine glasses that you can help yourself to.
I'll pour what looks like the strongest thing.
Okay.
A nice hefty glass.
Okay.
Not too much, but a decent amount.
Okay. There looks like there is a very dark rum
Mm-hmm.
on the table. Looks like it's, rum is clear, pretty clear when it's not aged, but this one looks pretty aged. Um, like it has a very deep molasses color. So you can
Yeah.
pick that. That's probably
I'll
like the
take that.
strongest thing at the table.
Mm-hmm. I'll take that. I'll take
Okay.
a decent glass of that.
Okay.
Um, I'll pour my glass, take a sip, and kind of like walk over to the painting.
Mhm.
And as I'm examining it, I'll look back towards Angelo. So, Mom and Dad.
Hmm? Oh, he looks up. Yeah. Yeah. They are. He looks up from his tome. How are you doing tonight, Zaitari?
Um, quite well.
That's good.
So I have some questions to ask you. Um,
Ask away.
is now a fine time?
He looks over at the door and he says, "Of course. Just let me shut the door. I have the feeling this is going to be a more private conversation. Um,
Well, it's your house, so
it's just the servants know some things, but they don't know everything.
I see.
And he goes over to shut the door. He doesn't lock it, but he just shuts it. And he walks back to his chair and sits down, and he gestures for you to sit.
Yeah, I go sit and kind of cross my legs and
So,
keep sipping on my drink.
so what is it that you want to know?
So, and don't think this was all your sister just willy-nilly revealing all kinds of information about you. I made some assumptions. But she tells me that should I want to talk about patron-based magics, I should speak with you.
I see. Well, I guess I suppose I am the resident expert. Well, especially between the two of us, um, my sister and I. Um, what kind of magics are you interested in? I mean, my patron is a little out of the ordinary.
Yes,
But
as she said.
I have studied those of the Fae and the Fiend and the um the more obscure old gods. Is there a particular one that that you wanted to know about?
Honestly, I'm curious about yours.
Mine. Okay. So, a very long time ago, and if you allow me to just tell a very short story, it's not going to take very long. My sister I would freely admit that my sister is the more talented one when it comes to the arcane and of per song and dance and whatnot. I didn't really have much of a talent for that at first. I knew a few basic spells, but nothing too glamorous or powerful. Um, I soon realized that if I was to protect my sister and the very few family I had, that I needed more power. And I sought it. And eventually, through a maze of tomes and rituals and shrines and whatnot, I eventually found um, Z. Um, he wanted, we made a deal, and that's usually how this thing goes. Deals. You deal with a higher power, you deal with entities that you're not entirely familiar with, but you get a lot out of it. My magic is because of my patron, because of Z, because of what he is, a silver dragon. A lot of my abilities are dragon-esque, I suppose you can say,
I
and
see.
affinity for code. Um, but he provides other things as well, and he kind of glances around the room. Um, was there anything in particular you wanted to know about him?
Uh, Not particularly, no. She just said that your patron was of a more unique nature, and so I was curious.
I know he is benevolent. I know that he tries to better the world, and I would like to do that too. Um, However, at this time, I can't reveal what he truly wants unless, you really want to speak with him, which can be arranged. That's for sure. Um, but he's done a lot of good for me. He's helped me obtain this estate. He's helped me. He actually led Anastasis to me, and he helped me protect who I call family. That's kind of his deal. Um, he does things for the betterment of society, but he does also, and they all want something from you. They all ask something of you. Um, it's always a
Well,
two-way street.
nobody tends to give power very willingly.
No, they don't. Um, but I feel confident, like, as opposed to those of the fiends and those of the old gods. I can at least say with confidently that his motivations are to help rather to harm. But he's still a dragon, and as you know, dragons still can be materialistic, can want political gain. I think that's partially why he came to me, because I had the potential to pull a lot of political gain in my situation. Do you not think you are strong enough in the path that you've chosen currently?
Not that I'm not strong enough in what I do. It's just there are other things out there that might be worth exploring.
There are. There are. And if you want me to teach you, or if you want me to guide you to a potential other type of patron, I can. Um, I know a few others within, well, not within my circle, but I have a few contacts that know a little more about the other type of patrons that you'd be dealing with. But I do enjoy the position. Once in a while, he does, well, especially back when I was venturing still, he did ask for a couple of things. And I obliged. Mostly because I just wanted to prove myself that I was the best of the best. And I did in a way, I think. And at this point, he takes his glass and he takes a couple sips from it. I'd like to think I did. I'd like to think that I've made him proud. Um, it's nice having somebody look over your back. Um, Now, whether he truly cares about us, well, that's another thing.
Well, I would definitely be interested in hearing about all of the options that are out there, of course.
Mhm.
And do you have any books where I might be able to do some research on this kind of thing?
Of course. Um, he stands up and he walks over to on the underneath the portrait there is a mantle with a few books, not a lot. He crouch. He looks through the rack and he's like, here we go. And he brings out a very beautiful, thick, blue leather tome that um, has a very intricate flower-like tribal pattern on it. Um, and he hands it over to you. It's pretty heavy. It's in itself. It's probably like 8 pounds. And he says, when I was studying about this kind of thing, I used this. It's kind of a general book by a scholar named Amelia Quola, and I'll actually type that. Who did a lot of work studying forces that we could only begin to comprehend. She explains briefly about certain more common patrons in the world. Um, but after you read this book, and if you're still interested in mine, I can most definitely give you a little more reading on what you might expect from a patron that I follow.
Do you mind if I take this back with me?
Go ahead.
I mean,
I know where you're.
you know where I'm
yeah,
staying.
I mean, hold on to it as long as you like. I've pretty much combed that tome from front to back multiple times after trying to decide who would suit my interests best and whose interests I wouldn't mind suiting theirs. But yeah, that's about it. I mean, of course, my patron's the best patron, but that goes without saying. Um, so yeah, just hold on to it as long as you like.
Thank you. And
You're
I
welcome.
take it, I stick it in my bag of holding.
You're welcome. I look forward to see what my sister sees in you guys. He smiles.
Yes, it should prove interesting.
It should. You have a good night, Miss Zaitari.
You as well. And I'll finish my drink and then leave.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything, or you guys ready to head back to the old estate?
Belzor, do you need to get any of your things before you a sleep shirt or
Oh yeah, I'll go
anything
get.
like that?
I'll go get my pack. The servants gave me a couple things before.
And while you're there, let Alexandria know that you'll be staying with us.
Okay. Maybe he rushes up the stairs. Takes a few minutes. About 5 minutes later, he rushes back down the stairs with a small knapsack of items that looks like they've been given to him by the servants and Angelo and whatever. And he says, "All right, I told Alexandria. She was like, okay, she'll just see us in the morning." And he looks.
All right, very well. Let's go.
Bryn, did you stay in the dining room area?
I did.
Fantastic. I'd like to have a chat with you.
Uh-oh.
Once everyone's kind of dispersed a little bit, Onenia will sit a little bit closer to Bryn, not like invading her personal space or anything. Just getting close enough to where she can kind of talk with a slightly more hushed tone.
Okay. Bryn kind of just looks towards you. Is there something on your mind?
This whole thing doesn't make you suspicious?
Of the people we're working for, the people we're working against, each other.
Of this arrangement. There's something I learned very quickly working in the temple with Malor and helping my brother heal people. When you want to find a new way to heal people, you maintain a constant. There's the old way that we know works. We try something, we compare it to the old way. If they wanted to see what we were made of, they could have had us spar. But they want to measure us up against a constant, someone they already know.
I don't think that seems too strange. They haven't really seen us do much yet. I mean, there was a pretty cool explosion, but I can't take full credit for that with the whole gunpowder thing. So I would say it's probably normal, right?
And the lodgings, ample food, supplies, equipment, food, and money. It's building a pattern of debt. This is more than a job. A job is getting a salary. A job is not getting a house on a personal estate.
Yeah, we're going to be risking our lives pretty regularly. Like, we've already, most of us almost died a couple times. Yeah, but you got to have pretty good reimbursement if you're going to possibly die. I mean, I'm not gonna risk my life for, like a meal. I mean, right?
There's just something about this that doesn't set right with me.
Well, I don't know how much contact you've had with some of the artifacts that we've found, and like the before you joined us, let me just paint a picture. We had this job that we thought would be kind of not a big deal. It was some nobles were going missing. We thought, oh, maybe they're being, held for ransom or information or what have you. And turns out they were being held by Wanti, who were sacrificing them to bring back an old god to probably just murder everyone. These people were... Wanti are shitty. They're just mean snake people. And so, I mean, we're talking like large-scale murders. Before that, there were birds that killed young boys. It was horrible. If these guys want to do anything that is stopping that, I'm all for it. If I weren't doing this, I would find some other way to stop that. It's just not cool. So
I agree that those situations are less than ideal, but
I feel like human sacrifice is worse than less than ideal. I mean, we're talking sacrifice of people.
there are sacrifices of towns, of souls, afterlives.
Well, then that's not good either and should probably be stopped. I mean...
I don't like this pattern of debt. Think of it from my position. So on that boat, I could have boarded your ship and gotten off and been left alone. Instead, I was offered this job and immediately given this, access to this, promises for new armor, money.
Yeah, because they saw you
fight.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's difficult to recruit people to fight old gods who are possibly going to murder towns. I mean, that's not a really huge number of people willing to do that. So they probably just saw an able fighter and thought, hey, cool, we could use more of those. At least that's what I would guess. I mean, if not, you could always, you know, murder somebody that gets on your bad side.
I don't murder people who make me angry.
I don't know.
I-
I'm just saying, no
I
one's going
serve
to keep you here.
Melora. I seek to bring balance to this world, and there are plenty of people who would fight to maintain that balance. I was recruited in a vulnerable time. Starved,
Well-
tired, hungry, out of touch with my goddess.
There are people
I
that
feel
would...
manipulated more than anything.
Well, you could always take a short time to reassess and see if you still feel like you should come. I mean, I don't think that they would attempt to hold you against your will. I really think that the artifacts, one of the artifacts that we found is a fairly important piece in basically destroying all the metallic dragons if they wanted to. Lots of, good influence just being destroyed. And I'm guessing it's a little bit of desperation on their part right now.
I'm going to see this through, because one way or the other, there's wrongdoing that will be righted. That much I know. I wanted to make my feelings aware to someone in an effort to build camaraderie.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, you were in a really
Shitty.
yeah, really horrible area. I mean, that was the rest of us came here through less. I mean, none of us are. I mean, we all came here for not this reason, but it wasn't. Hey, we're on a slave ship. We just got rescued. Let's have some fun. So, that was a little different.
Before I was taken, I was helping towns, building farms for them, helping them with their crops. Small things.
Well, you've obviously learned fighting somewhere, though.
At the temple. It's in the trade.
So, I mean, I think that it's good that you're not taking it at face value, at least.
I'd like us to be a team. Leyland.
Well, wooing, and I wink. I think that we can be. I mean, we didn't have the best start. You had just been on a slave ship. Everyone was in a fight. It wasn't the most wonderful evening. There were things on fire, etc. And but our group we got some pretty decent people. I mean, the Danica might, acquire things from people from time to time. And there's large air quotes with acquire there. But she's got a decent head on her shoulders. She's been fairly good as far as not, being too sneaky or anything. And our noble wizard, who can get, a little, her world's just a little bit different. And so sometimes we don't get along as well as we could, but I feel like she definitely has the best interest of just people at heart. That's what matters, right?
To an extent. Having best intentions and best interests mean nothing if you can't act upon them accordingly.
True.
And I'll say this. I want us to be a team. But my alliance with my goddess comes first.
Oh, definitely. I don't think anyone would fault you on that. I mean, unless your goddess told you to murder all of us, and then I would ask you please not listen to her, because that's not.
I told you, I seek only to maintain balance. But if on the path of finding these artifacts. One such artifact came in possession of this group, and it began to corrupt a member of this group. I will strike them down. Friendship and teamwork aside.
We should probably try to just remove that artifact from them first, maybe.
You can do that when they're unconscious.
Okay,
And then I can
thought you
cleanse
meant
them.
that. I agree completely.
If it's a possession, it's trickier. If it is corruption, true corruption, it's even trickier. There are ways we can mitigate it, but I'm just a paladin. I'm not a cleric. I don't have those divine powers. But
Well,
if it can't be reversed.
No, that's understandable. And especially since we're dealing with objects that have the power to truly corrupt. I agree. If somebody were to be truly corrupted, then action would have to be taken. And I would expect it to be taken against me as well.
Of course. And I would expect you all to take it against me if I were to fall.
I feel like that might be difficult. You're really tall.
I'm just a fighter with a little bit of divine power. Spellcasters easily can manage me.
I'm joking. If nothing else, we could just, let you not bathe for a while and you could kill everyone. Haha, another joke.
That's true. This is true. On a completely unrelated note, do you know how to braid hair?
I do.
I've never been taught.
I can make the coolest war braid. I do it when we're gonna fight. That way my hair doesn't get in my face. So yeah, I could totally teach you that. Honestly,
That'd be fantastic.
Tilda's a little bit better at braiding hair, but I'm pretty good.
She and I don't like each other.
Also that. Sometime I'd be happy to teach you.
Fantastic.
Don't listen to anyone that says I will set your hair on fire. That was one time, and it was an accident.
You're still working on keeping that fire to yourself, right?
It was an accident, and those happen from time to time. And it was just a tiny singed mark.
It's just you have to understand I can't regrow this hair if I lose it because of the ritual the Skywatcher performed on me. This is the hair that I have, period.
Interesting.
Don't burn it off.
I promise to not burn it.
I'll hold you to that, and I kind of punch her shoulder, trying to be gentle.
God, it might be broken. Cool.
At most dislocated, and I can fix that.
She asked for it. Of course she gets a promise if she asked for it. You never asked.
Okay.
I didn't expect you to.
So eventually, everybody wanders back into the dining room. Belzor is accompanied by Tilda with a small knapsack. Zaitari comes back, and everybody's just hanging out, chilling.
Absolutely nothing extra in my hands.
Nothing
just
extra in your hands.
Totally
at all.
innocent. Didn't do anything.
Nope. Tegan has just been, just working on his gun. So to speak.
Before we head over, because I am so curious about this since you mentioned it. So, Tegan. We obviously half blew up that ship.
Yep.
Did you know how we did that? Did I tell you?
I don't believe you did. I was below deck when that happened.
Well, wooing, and I gesture to Onenia here, through that big keg of black powder that we found on that other ship.
Oh dear.
On to the necromancy engine ship. And then Leyland, and I motioned to Bryn, threw a big fireball at it and it exploded.
It was a very impressive explosion, if I
It
don't
was.
say.
It was actually very impressive.
Okay, and he's looking at you like, okay, I'm sure it was.
It's a shame you missed it, but I'm just curious.
Hey Tegan, can you tell me about this gun design? It looks really interesting.
Did you have me throw a barrel of someone else's property at another ship?
No, it was we legitimately and legally stole it from a slave ship.
But was it his? And I pointed at Tegan. Was it intended for him?
No. It's totally intended for the exact purpose it was used for, blowing shit up. Come on.
Tegan just looks like, why are you telling me this? I'm sure it was a magnificent explosion.
I'm just curious is all. Like, how useful would that have been for you?
Well, I typically make my own gunpowder. About how big was this barrel?
I motioned with my hands roughly how big.
Oh,
It was
100-ish pounds-ish.
ish. Well, I mean, I have my own supplies still, so I'm all right for now. But that's quite a bit of gunpowder.
And wasn't there more on the slave ship?
A lot more.
Oh,
A lot more that you almost ignited by accident.
Despite occasionally setting things on fire that I don't mean to, most of the time my flames are very controlled. Very controlled. I don't know why she thinks this is so funny. Because,
Is Tilda in the
honestly,
room?
at
When-
this point, yes, Belzor and Tilda have
Yes.
walked into the room.
Tilda's just scoffing.
Tilda, it was one time. And look, your hair looks wonderful still.
I mean,
It was not just one time.
I mean, if you're fine throwing away like 2,500 gold pieces worth of gunpowder.
What?
I didn't even know what I was throwing. They told me to throw it, and I threw it.
The alchemical process for gunpowder takes a while. So having that large amount, and even the amount that's on the slave ship, probably still like those. If you're correct in telling me this was probably being used on the slave ship, probably for cannons, like one of the larger kegs would probably run $4,000.
Oh my god, and we left it all there. We just left it.
Is there
I
any
could have
alcohol
carried
in
that
this
that
money.
room?
ladder.
There's
I
plenty of
could've.
alcohol in the room.
I am going to drink a large amount of it right now. Just crying and drinking. My drink is salty.
Now we know next time we find the gunpowder, I'll just carry it until we can deposit it somewhere appropriate. I can't carry that much. I can push more than I can carry, but I can't carry that much.
Just roll the barrel.
Yeah, that's one barrel. I could make a sled and stack 6 on there.
Tegan looks over at Zaitari. I'm sorry, did I say something wrong?
No.
When he says that, I start going ha out of my drink. And then
I gently
start
cup the
drinking
bottom of the
more.
glass and encourage her to drink faster.
We need to discuss things tonight. We can't just get hammered again, unfortunately.
I am the alcohol cure-all.
Yeah, we shouldn't rely on that, I don't think.
It's
I feel like that's
still really, really bad for you.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm
that's
taking
kind of
it.
dangerous.
It's terrible for you.
I put down the liquor.
It will burn when you pee the next day.
Whoa, what?
Oh yeah. Side effects.
Anyhow, shall we?
Yes.
Yes, let's.
Okay. So eventually, a lift is called for you. It's called for you guys, and Anastasia, finishes up, helping Skull with the guard rotation, and hops in with you. And you guys ride back to the old estate.
Anyone drunk? Anyone need a quick pick me up?
Hello.
Hi.
Should be good.
Bryn probably, but she just left. And she didn't mute her mic.
Is everyone else mostly sober?
Mhm.
Sober enough to speak?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anastasia says I can help out with that too if need be.
Really?
Yeah, I can do that.
Well, that's unexpected.
Why is that so unexpected? She kind of just looks at you, like up at you, like with her wide eyes.
Honestly, darling, I didn't expect someone of your size to be
That's a little racist.
Anastasia's like it's.
Says the person who thought that halflings weren't persons.
That was a joke, darling.
Anastasia's just. It's okay. Most people don't expect me to be. Well, you saw what I did with Skull, so most people don't expect me to be so strong. But I can pack a punch. It's okay.
Oh, it was the same shoulder you punched earlier. It's so sore now.
Lay on hands, though. Lay on hands.
Do you need any help with that? And Anastasia's like, I can help with that. No? Okay. Alright.
Anastasia, what's your weapon of choice? You two-handed or one-handed?
I'm a one-handed kind of gal.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I go board and I got this I don't have it on me right now. I usually just carry a little knife with me when I'm just going around, but I got a mace back at home.
I'm your classic sword and board. If I ever go two-handed, I like a nice maul for appropriate crushing and crippling.
Yeah. I usually went sword and board because Skull usually went, he's got this really big axe. So he took care of that.
He looks like an X-Man.
And, does Skull have the same, powers that you do?
Oh, no. He hits things really hard.
He's a brawler.
Well, so are you, darling.
I'm a holy brawler, thank you very much.
There's a difference, but,
There's a little bit more strategy when you got the divine figured in as opposed to when you're just going balls deep into a fight.
Yeah, like there was one time when we were on the Broken Isles and he had to fight this, he had to fight his brother, and his brother had this really, really big, like, scimitar thing. And that was a pretty good fight, actually. They just beat the crap out of each other. It was a brother thing, if I remember correctly. I don't know why.
Those kinds of things are usually brother things.
Yeah, he called his mother a whore, and then they just started going at it, and she starts telling you the story as...
Wouldn't that also make his own mother a whore?
I think they were half-brothers, so...
I see.
Yeah.
Well, then he's also just insulting his father.
Yeah, that's true. But it was a pretty good fight.
Remind me to tell you sometime about the time I put my brother through the altar at the Temple of Melora.
Wow.
It was made of wood. It wasn't that big of a deal. We were built at the same day. It's fine.
There's this one time that Skull, before he was an axe guy, he used this maul, and he clocked Angelo in the head a few times. I think that might explain a lot of things. Anyways, and you guys arrive at the old estate. Anyways, I'm gonna go check on Bob and the others. If you guys need me, I'll be in the cottage off to the side.
So just saying, but why isn't his name Bob?
Well,
I'm not asking him. I'm asking out of character.
Oh.
Out of character.
The person who plays Anastasia names the goats like pretty standard names, so
Mhm.
that's why. She will throw in the goat pun every once in a while. That makes us all like groan and bang our head on the table, but other than that, and she has a pair of goat footy pajamas. That's canon.
Gotcha.
Sure. Okay.
It was a wild night. All right. So she just Anastasia just bids you all good evening and goes off to her little wooden cottage off to the side. Yeah. Belzor is just looking around the place. Huh. It's not as big as the other place.
Allow me to show you where the rooms are.
Okay.
And then you can get settled in. So I'll just show him where the rooms are and let him pick an empty room.
Okay. There are a couple like servant quarters that are open currently too, so he can pick one of the smaller rooms if he wishes.
Sure. Okay.
Iskin says, "I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning. I assume I have a lot of stuff to do in the morning after that fight." And Tegan's like, "Yeah, I got some planning to do for the house. So I'm just gonna take a walk around the perimeter. Probably maybe grab Anastasia too, just to see like where ideal places to place traps and stuff would be. Of course, telling her how to disable them as well, just in case. And so her goats won't get trapped too. I don't think she'd like that very much." And Theodric says, I'm probably going to I'm gonna go to turn in early tonight. I think the wine is getting to my head. I'm terribly sorry." So the boys all leave to do their errands, stuff, boy stuff, trap stuff.
So we're gonna discuss who we need to fight tomorrow.
Well, we know the abilities of two of them.
Ooh. Angelo is a magic caster.
Of course he is.
So there's a caster, a fighter, and what was the other one?
There's a paladin. And we don't know if Skull's a fighter or a barbarian, but he is a maestro with the weapons. And him being a half-orc means he's going to be harder to put down because they have that ability to kind of keep going when they shouldn't keep going. But Anastasia will be able to heal herself because that's what we paladins do. We can heal ourselves.
Who all do we think is the most dangerous out of all of them?
I mean, it's not a fight to the death.
Well, no, but who do we think would be the hardest?
They're dangerous in different ways.
Yeah.
I mean,
casters, they're extremely dangerous unless you can put them down fast.
I think that the dangerousness of the caster is a lot different than the dangerousness of the more melee based.
Like if Skull's as strong as I think he is, he could down you Tilda or you Bryn, or pretty quickly.
Probably myself as well.
Yeah, if he's
honestly
the type
anybody
of fighter
except
I think
for
he
you.
is. But with dear Angie, casters with their AoEs. But if we choose him, if a couple of us can get up in melee really fast, it can cripple him pretty quickly.
Did Zaitari get any information about what kind of pact he has?
No, I didn't ask any specifics about
Okay.
what his pact is.
Away. So.
Yeah. I mean, All right, so
He did mention dragon-esque magic, though.
yes, when I was talking with Angelo, he said that his pact with Z, because that name is long and atrocious, um, it's a silver dragon, and he said that his magics are mostly colder in nature, though casters with his type of magic are they're very strange, so we can't really expect a whole lot of, like, similar to how Bryn might cast her magic, or Tilda. It would be very different. Personally, I think for us in particular, Skull would pose the most threat, because he could very easily, I think, knock any of us out in one or possibly two, if we're lucky, hits, besides Onenia.
Not if he's held magically.
True. That assumes that we can move before he does. And we also don't know what exactly Alexander is going to summon.
If
It
he's
is
going to
true.
summon anything at all, he may not be a summoner.
No,
Alexandria, though.
Alexandria.
Not
Oh,
Angelo.
this is true. That is true.
I will say, with Angelo, he might know old magic, which means that any magic we have will do, well, to be crass, fuck all against him.
It might.
No, it won't. It will
Oh.
do nothing.
Yeah. You've had more experience with it than I.
When we were fighting, oh my god, what is it called? Fuck.
The bad guy?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
I kept thinking Mockingbird, and I'm like, no.
No.
The magpie. When we were fighting the magpie, I tried to use counterspell against her at one point, and it did nothing. Her magic was
But might that be attributed to the fact that
more powerful than mine.
she was a construct and not human?
She was using magic, though. It should have... If it had been regular magic, it would have gone away. Or should have gone away.
Well, I think
We would have
We should
one
fight.
advantage going up against Anastasia just because I may not know her oath. We have similar skill sets.
yes.
I can tell you what my weaknesses are.
The one thing is, Anastasia is possibly going to be the most extensive fight, because she will be able to... You said she was more of a defensive paladin, right? A shield.
She likes one-handed.
So if she has a shield, she's going to be harder to hit, and she's going to be able to heal herself.
Our healing pools are limited, though.
A shield and a mace.
I can tell you the weaknesses of paladins. That's about what I can offer with that. Everything else I know just from experience. Spellcasters, you crowd them, and they can't do what they need to do. The one issue we'd have with it, Angie, is if he can fly. That complicates things a lot.
Yeah.
That actually, yeah, that would make things significantly harder.
Yes, and if he can phase out of this plane and onto another during the fight, avoiding our attacks, I feel like Angela might also be a bit more difficult.
So I think we're all agreed that Angela was out.
Yes.
Yes?
I think
Yes.
Anastasis is our best bet.
Anastasis or Skull. Skull, if we can paralyze him and hold him in one place, that can do some serious damage to him.
Yes.
Fighter's not a fighter if he can't move.
We could do Anastasis and Skull together, and that would eliminate the unknown of what Alexandria will summon.
That's a bad idea.
Hmm.
Because she can stand towards the back and heal him and give him advantages on different abilities.
Mm.
Well, she
Grant
just-
him extra health on top of healing. Improve his ability to strike. That would be very dangerous.
So our options are either the Paladin or the Fighter and a random summoned thing,
Yes.
or the Paladin and the Fighter together.
And possibly no random summoned thing.
Well, I mean, if she says there's going to be a random summoned thing with the two of them, I say we change our minds. Because that might be a little bit much.
I will say I know that Tilda and Onenia both have a preparation that is going to assist them in choosing spells. So
Yes, I'm extremely limited, though. Most of my spells require me to concentrate.
true, but I'm just saying, like, if you know what to prepare for, you're going to have a better time, right?
Yes.
Yes and no.
Hmm.
Over preparation can sometimes hamstring your ability to think in the fight.
Well, then we'll just say choose one at random.
Flip a coin.
A three-sided coin?
Roll d6 and divide by 2.
A D3. I think. Let me check my pack real quick.
I mean, we could just roll 1d2.
I'm
And
talking
it'll
like
sign.
in game. I might have something.
Should we
Oh,
take
I
a
don't.
vote?
I took the Explorer's pack, not the Priest pack.
Since we're just between two, should we just take a vote on who we think we should fight and then go from there?
Sure.
That sounds fair.
We're between the two melee. So
Yes.
those of you who are range exclusively, I can handle either of the two in melee. Those of you who have to be at a range, this is your call.
I can do
I'm
either.
here to support either.
I can do range support, or I can come in and give me a few sword slashes, you know.
I'm best at a range.
I wouldn't want you close up.
Tilda and Bryn, if we choose Skull and he gets up in your face, you aren't standing a chance. And you may walk out permanently maimed.
Bryn does have a shield
Yeah,
and a
I do.
rapier.
Yes.
You think Skull can't hurt her through a shield.
Shh. I need confidence.
I'm just saying, between the two of them, you have to pick, since you're the ones that are going to get royally fucked if they target.
Well, I will say maybe that Anastasis would be a better choice simply because the probability of her taking us down in 1 or 2 hits is lower. And us staying conscious is a huge plus.
I will say I can prepare compelled duel for either case.
There is also the factor of Tilda, as you said, your hold spells. I feel like Skull might be more susceptible to those than Anastasis
agree.
would be.
Ooh. That's a good point.
Do you have your spell prepared? Your holding spell?
Hold on.
Just 1 second, please.
Yes.
Can you try casting it on me? Just real quick, and then dispel
Yeah.
it.
Give me a
Once it
second.
works or not.
And let's make your wisdom save a 3.
Oh,
you
you rolled
raised
even
her
worse.
save.
Rolled
I mean,
even
either
worse.
way. Either way, you're not making it to 15.
Yeah, no, I'm not a wise character. I have proficiency in wisdom saving throws, and I get a +1.
Woohoo.
Wow.
Gotta dump something.
So, I'll drop it after a
Not gonna
couple
throw it down the
rounds
stairs?
worth of seconds. No.
Called about 6 rounds.
Do. Why don't you try to get out of it, darling? No, I'll drop it after 6 seconds. Is that acceptable?
It is. Paladins don't typically require the use of that much logic and reasoning. And if Skull is the frenzied type fighter that I think he is, he might be more wise than we give him credit for.
That's a good point. So I think
Anastasia
we're
is then?
all decided on Anastasia.
I suppose.
Let's hope whatever Alexandria summons doesn't completely fuck us.
Tilda, you and I should speak about what spells we're both preparing for tomorrow to try and coordinate.
I'm gonna have a fireball.
That's good. Good for you. Don't shoot it off when I'm right there.
Good luck with that, darling. But I suppose
I don't have a ton of spells, but it'd be best if I'm able to pick the ones that will best suit those of you that can damage from a distance.
Oh, I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to let me cast enlarge on you.
Do it.
Oh, baby.
If you do that and then I cast Divine Favor on myself, I get an extra D8 to my weapon attacks.
Oh, man.
oh, baby, do you know
His Divine
what
Favor is a
that's worth?
D4, Enlarge is a D4, and it's a D8. It'll be perfect. It'll be
So-
gigantic.
Wouldn't it just be 2d4, not 1d8?
Yeah, I'm lazy. I'll do 1D8.
2d4 is better damage.
2d4
Yeah, it
is
is.
better, yeah. There's no chance of you getting a 1 on
I'll
2d4.
have to macro it in if I want to do that, but I can do that pretty easily. Either way, that'd be pretty good. Plus,
Yeah.
Divine Smites
Mm-hmm.
with 1 spell slot spent. That's 3d8 or 2d4 plus 2d8 extra damage with every strike. Plus, my sword's pretty good. It's a +1, so.
Yeah, watch the DM summon an ancient black dragon. We're just like totally fucked, anyways.
Yeah, I know, right?
Gotta fight like 5 boulets.
I don't know what that is.
Land
I'm
sharks.
They're like
scared.
yeah,
land
they're like
sharks.
giant.
Oh.
A land shark meets armadillo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, bullets. Okay.
Bullets. Yeah. I don't know. It's saying
Maybe
like
it's a bodak.
30,000
It'll be a
boulets.
bodak, and that'll be great. I love bodaks.
Pronounce it all
Bojack?
fancy over there.
Yeah.
Bodak is like a
Bojack
devourer
horseman?
of souls and nightmares from Volos. I love
Oh,
them.
goody.
Oh, I have that open. I'll take a look at it.
I've never seen one used yet, so
I'm curious.
if it'll be used. It looks like the Scream painting. if the screen painting were a D&D
challenge
monster.
rating 6. Fun.
They're low.
Let's see.
All right, so
Anyways, so I think we're decided on. Yeah, let's summon a Katolbi pest. Oh yeah, that's right. I looked at these. I'm like, damn, those things are scary. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
not
So
Oh, marked by Orcus. Fun. Even better. Anyways,
I
we're
think
fighting
we've
Annalise,
decided-
I think. Yeah.
Anastase.
Anastase.
and the
Sorry.
space. Okay.
I don't know why I keep thinking it's Annalise, but it's not.
All right. So you guys can, talk over what spells you want to prepare and whatnot.
Oh, yes, that's right. I also wanted to ask you guys about your assumed names. Do you have a backstory worked out? Somebody random comes up to you, asks you some questions. You should be able to fire back some basic information.
I was a chieftain of a Goliath tribe who was exiled because I mistreated my people so much.
That was very quick. Are we drawing from experience?
Look, I'm not a storyteller. I just repeat what I know. And I know that wooing is a gigantic dick.
Well, it's best to draw upon what you know rather than what you don't.
I will just kind of stick with I'm from Skuric, and I travel in a caravan and trade. I'll just leave out the, personal details.
Yeah. But what was your mother's name?
What? Who?
What was your mother's name?
Marilyn.
I'm sorry.
Just try to remember that. What about you, Tilda?
I
believe you mean Flora?
Ah, yes, Flora, of course.
grew up in a village on the Sea of Gatan.
Mhm.
On a village, yes. In a village. The daughter of the governor? And then I went to the Thundrum Order to learn magic.
Can I make a suggestion real quick, Flora?
Yes.
If you're creating a fake identity, you don't want to create an identity that could be linked back to a real person where records can be checked.
I mean, they're probably not going to look for that.
You don't
are they?
know. You don't know. You don't know who we're going to encounter.
Oh.
It's true, we don't know. What I was thinking instead, since I think it might be hard for Tilda to pull off anything where she might have been something less involved in the nobles and the courts. Maybe if she was handmaiden?
An aide, maybe?
Yes.
Courtesan, the people that are off book but still participate.
Yes.
A lady in waiting.
Yes. That's
nope.
perfect.
Fair enough.
Just to play it safe. We don't know who we'll encounter and what they're going to want to try and dig into.
But of course, being a lady in waiting means being a lady in waiting to someone.
So pick a real person who you know cycles through ladies in waiting like nobody's business.
You just said not to pick somebody that can be checked.
Well, if you know of anyone, like maybe any of your mother's friends that maybe goes through a lot of servants and might not necessarily know
The
all their
ones
names.
that have a high turnover rate in their house, or
Yes.
the ones that don't bother to learn names.
Where they might not necessarily have been on any records for a very long
Yes.
time.
Or if you know anyone who just has a really horrible memory, that would be perfect.
Yes, pick the person with Alzheimer's or dementia.
It's just,
Give it-
Flora? I know her. Yes. Beautiful young gnomish lady.
I'll
You can
have to think
anchor it to
about
someone real. It'll make it more believable, but someone who's not real enough to remember.
I'm sure we'll have a few days before we have to leave the compound anyways.
Yeah. No one knows shit about Goliath, so I know I'm fine.
True.
What about you, Danica?
Oh, it's simple enough.
Anytime someone talks to you, just reply in Elvish.
Damn, that's good, actually. Yeah, that's exactly what she does. Back to Flora.
No.
Flora. I have a list here of the names.
Ugh, I don't know. Let's see.
Most of us know Elvish.
Yeah, I know
I
Elvish.
I know Draconic.
We both know Draconic.
I know Common, Infernal, Elvish, and Dwarven.
So Elvish.
Yeah, I think we all know
We
Elvish.
all know Elvish.
Push come to shove, we can always just speak in Elvish. And hope nobody else understands the
I was
second
Pray
most
to
common
God.
language.
Pray to God. Nobody
Yeah, it's the
else.
second most common language, so it's not.
To be honest, so from what Alexandria has told you, the people in this region are very racist to elves.
So they won't know Elvish. That's perfect.
Probably not. That's
But then
Or-
we might be
Lynched.
bad.
But we could have fun with it and speak in Elvish and just give him side-eye glances like we're putting curses on him.
Oh, I don't want to be running into town with torches. That's not usually how I like to leave towns.
People are afraid of things that they don't understand. If they're afraid enough, they won't do anything.
I see that you haven't fought many mobs in your day.
I don't have to.
Hmm.
People don't like Goliaths because they don't understand or know Goliaths, so they just leave me the fuck alone, and I'm perfect. It's no big deal.
okay. So you guys talk, strategize.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what spells I'm going to prepare
Oh, that's cool.
for the next
Yeah,
day. I
I'm-
usually don't have to account for them. So
Yeah. Mine's tricky because like 95% of Paladin spells are concentration spells.
yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured if a whole person fails, compelled duel can always be a backup. And I'll, of course, cast 8 on everyone and help out there.
I mean, they're all
8 on-
concentration
8 on as
spells.
many of you
'cause
as you can.
They don't want you using them. You just need to smite everything with your sword.
Yeah, but it's still because it's a concentration spell that
Yeah.
it cancels out. So,
Yeah.
And which of you have the lowest hit points?
Probably me.
Yeah, I would say probably Tilda. I have 42.
3.
Hey, we match! Twins.
I have 34.
Oh,
Okay.
Yep,
that
it's me.
wizard D6.
Yep,
but Raine has a cloak that makes it harder to hit her. Right?
that's true. Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but I can only cast 8 on 3 of you. So,
Honestly, I'm probably the least likely to take damage because I got a lot of mitigation.
Yeah.
Also, my AC is 18, so I'm less likely to get hit than Tilda, probably.
Yep. My AC is 13.
Ooh, baby.
okay. I can beef up.
That's why I'm definitely preparing shield. I always
I'm a-
have shield.
I'll in the morning. Then first thing I can cast aid on Tilda, Zaitari, and myself.
Okay.
It gives you +5 to your current hit points and +5 to your max for
Okay.
8 hours.
8 hours, gotcha. Sounds good.
First thing in the morning.
Alright, so that takes me to 50. Cool.
And
Oh,
it's
wait,
not
now I'll just put
concentration,
5.
thank God.
Woohoo.
Okay.
I'm going to spend the night reading the book.
All right. It gives you actually a lot more information than you thought it was going to. It goes into especially with fiends, it goes into specifics about them and
Mm-hmm.
about like Belial and fiends of that nature. It's pretty heavy on the fiends, to be honest. Not so much
Mhm.
on the old gods. Not so much on the archfey. But yeah, I mean, you get the general sense of what you may be dealing with each one of them.
Okay.
All right. So you guys spend the night strategizing against.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
I'm not ready.
With things.
Yes, darling, I know. I'm not an idiot. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're prideful, so it balances out.
Oh boy.
One day somebody's going to wake up either with their face smashed in or with, like, their throat slit, depending on who loses that argument that night.
Maybe.
Hey Raine.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Oh, God.
So I need you to roll a perception check. At disadvantage.
Okay. Let's roll lucky on it, so I'll have super advantage.
Okay.
If I need it, apparently.
Oh. So it's near morning. You're still asleep. There's kind of like a light wind blowing across your face when when you're in between that state of just sleep and just waking up. And then you realize there's something slimy on your face.
You.
And when you open your eyes, there are these long tentacles attached to a rod, like just grazing the outside of your face.
What the?
It kind of freaks you out when you first wake up, and they're just tickling you, and the rod is attached to like a long pole. Yeah, you just startle awake, and
I know that's what I'm thinking.
like very similar to an anime you've seen before. And
Yeah,
there's
like Raine is just like pushing yourself out of bed, and, like there's just like a dagger in both hands, like it's like magically appears there. It's like poof.
and then from the end of the bed, you see your brother's head. Like, hey.
Okay, you.
Hi.
Where did you?
See ya.
I don't.
Starts out of the room.
Okay, so like as he's running out, she throws the dagger at him, but she is doing it to miss, and just like lets it impact on the door. Handle first.
You said you stepped off the bed?
Yeah, she would have like pushed herself out and.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I did. What did I do?
Roll
I
a
stepped
dexterity
off.
saving throw.
Oh, God. Yes, Ian. Jesus.
Wow, you catch yourself as you find the floor on either side of your bed actually once you get
The
your
floor is
footing.
lava. No.
The floor is covered in oil, like just cooking oil. Intended to make you fall over.
So she slides to the door,
Yeah.
but doesn't fall.
Yeah, pretty much. You don't fall at all, but it takes a second just to get your footing just straightened out. Yeah.
So I see one of the servants walking around and yeah, there's no explanation. There's gonna be need some cleanup in that room. Sorry.
The servant says, of course.
Something to break down the oil would be good.
Okay.
No, it wasn't that good of an evening, unfortunately.
I'll go ask Nada what she recommends. And she scampers off. Kind of like, what? What just happened? Okay. So Nada...
Yeah, I'm finding that bathroom and getting cleaned up.
Okay. So morning comes. It's about probably 6-ish when the rooster starts crowing. Very, very loudly, multiple times. And you already hear Anastasia with her goats getting ready to just bring them out to the water trough and just feeding them hay. Lots of baying. Nada has already had food prepared for you in the dining area. Just waiting for you guys to,
I'm out running with Skull.
Yeah, Skull and you met up in the morning and did your 2K. And did he showed you a couple places where you could do some pull-ups. There's like one of those areas nearby which is just a bunch of the construction equipment that has just been out for a while that he uses sometimes. Like those like like the exercise equipment you find at a park, kind of like there's a bench, there's like a pull-up bar, that kind of thing. It suits very well. Yeah, and you guys do that.
And I did everything in armor.
Oh, okay.
Instead of a weighted vest.
Okay, he opted for the weighted vest.
You're gonna smell great when you come back.
Yeah, Belzer is already up. Just eating a handful of bacon that Nana had prepared. And it's a good spread. It's like bacon, eggs, lots of some French toast. Just like a traditional breakfast she was going for instead of like a traditional Roburn breakfast. And eventually you guys make your way. There's lots of coffee, lots of tea, several kinds of tea actually. At your drinking leisure. Iskin's already down there after he ran out of your room with the tentacle rod attached to a stick.
I guess we know for sure we're fighting today, right?
Yeah, you guys know for sure you're fighting today.
Okay, Castigade, Tilda, Zaitari, and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How many?
5.
Okay.
And it's to your max and to your current, so you can heal up to that 5 again for the next 8 hours.
Oh, okay.
And eventually, you and Skull finish your run, and you meet back at the old state. Alexandria and Angelo come, and they had a quick breakfast at their estate, so they're just kind of just waiting around talking very casually with Anastasia and Skull. Pretty much just waiting for you guys to gather as they make casual chit chat. He wrinkles his nose as you stand upwind of him. He takes a little like dainty handkerchief and just kind of wipes his nose.
I shake my head disapprovingly at
him. But yeah, you guys, they let you eat. They drink a little coffee and tea while they're waiting. Just chatting each other up, seeing how things are going as of late. Mostly with Angelo and Alexandria, it's more of the political talk, what's been happening around town and whatnot.
Do we hear any of that? Or
You know that
are Tilda and Theo even awake at this
yeah,
point?
well, they're probably awake. There's a lot of noise in the estate at this
Ugh.
point, with the goats, the rooster, the clanging of armor, the cleaning of oil from Raine's room, the
I miss quiet servants.
It's me too. And he just throws the blanket over his head. Give me 10 more minutes. Just 10 more minutes. Yeah. So they're everybody's down there just waiting for you guys to wake up. Alexandria turns to the rest of the party and says, not an early wait. She's always like this, and she kind of gestures to the upstairs.
Yeah, she's not a morning person.
Fair enough. It took me a while to become a morning person too. Well, we'll wait for her. But did you guys decide who you guys wanted to fight today?
Yeah, who's talking right now?
This is Alexandria.
Ah, okay. I chime in. She just needs to get used to sleeping around loud noises. But
that's fair.
Yes, we're going to go against Anastasia.
At this, Anastasia perks up. It's like, really? Okay. When do you want to do this? And Alexander's just like, well, we're going to probably do it after breakfast. All right, I should go get suited up. Hops down in her chair and runs back to her cottage. Very excited, actually.
Watch, she's gonna come out in like a mini tank armor, like covered in spikes. We're gonna fuck.
She's probably coming out in plate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
She just runs across with Bob following her.
Bob's gonna actually turn into like something massive and terrifying.
Bob's a silver dragon.
Yeah. An ancient silver dragon.
Of course. It's not going to be
course.
just a regular one. Come on.
No.
Bob isn't just a dragon. He's the Chromacon slave.
So Bob is actually Tiamat, and
Yep.
Oh no!
He actually has 5 horns, and each of them is a head of a dragon.
Yes.
Oh.
Have you ever seen a goat's pupils? It's totally believable that they'd be the
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
true.
Yeah, the terrible things.
Yeah. Brandon's.
They can see into your soul.
I know Brandon's. One of Brandon's old coworkers had a goat farm, and I was just looking at them. It's like, is that what your eyes? Wow, that's freaky.
They're portals to another dimension. If you need to contract an eldritch being, you have to talk to a goat.
That's why they're sacrificed all the time.
Exactly. They're the key. Literally.
Their eyes are the portal into the nether.
All right. Eventually, Nada goes up the stairs to knock on Tilda's door. Hello, Miss.
What?
Breakfast is ready. Lady and Lord Silverway are downstairs already with Anastasia and Skull.
Very well.
How do you like your coffee?
Cream and 2 sugars, darling.
And the gentleman? I take it black. Very well. And she, Nada goes back down the stairs, and starts making coffee. Well, making more coffee. Okay, on 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 1,
1, 2,
3.
3.
Oh my god.
Why is this my life? Why is this our lives? What did we do to deserve this?
Want to marry for love.
Yeah, I know. It's worth it though. He cracks his back.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Speaking of which, there's something I wanted to speak with you last night, but
Oh?
I did have to stay up rather late with our new companion, discussing spells and whether I'm smart enough to run away from someone attacking me or not.
I see. Okay.
But anyway, since we are, well, Serafina brought up a point last night that we should all have backstories,
I see.
and it got me to wondering. Neither of us ever picked a surname for our fake, for our aliases.
Ah,
Fake
um,
nerd.
And I was wondering, should we have the same one or separate?
I don't know about you, but I'd like the same one.
Me too. Yeah, exactly. I would as well. So we should come up with something together, probably.
All right.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Doesn't have to be right now. Just
Maybe after your little duel this morning?
right. Considering we're, sleeping in the same room and that people might get suspicious if we didn't have something
Right.
like that. Yes.
I think that'd be nice.
It would be nice practice
Mhm.
for the future.
Indeed.
Yeah, and so at that, Tilda's just gonna start getting ready, big grin on her face.
Sorry, I just saw some in the chat. Yeah, Balzar's already downstairs. Like he rose with the sun. Like as soon as everybody started like getting their shit together. Happily eating a giant plate full of bacon, and only bacon.
You need that protein.
You have to get them gains, right?
Oh my god.
Those sick gains. I kind of ruffle his hair a little bit.
He goes. He happily starts, fisting bacon.
Just remember to breathe between the bites and remember to chew.
Mm-hmm.
Chew well.
Very good bacon. And Alexandra's like, oh, jeez.
If you make yourself sick, I'm not fixing you.
Okay.
You're gonna have to ride it out.
I don't know. Okay.
I put a cup of coffee in front of him because I know it'll help him release the water that the bacon's gonna make him retain.
He gladly takes it and drinks it.
Oh, that's not good. That's like putting jet fuel on a fire.
We're gonna give him back to the 6-year-olds. It'll be fine. Now we can keep up with the children.
Mm.
So, eventually Theo and Tilda make their way down the stairs. They're and Nada's at the base of the stairs with a tray of coffee for both of them.
Bless you, darling.
Cream 2 sugars and black. I hope you like the Roborain blend here. It's a little strong compared to the coffee you probably get in the East.
Oh. Mm.
Yeah, it's very much like Turkish coffee in this region.
I might need to up it to 2 creams. 2 creams and a third sugar.
No problem. um. So eventually, you guys make.
I literally don't drink coffee, so this is all conjecture for me.
Turkish coffee is like 20 minutes away from sludge.
Yeah, it's basically sludge.
It's delicious.
Okay.
It will put hair on the most feminine chest.
It really will. You can see through space and time.
Oh, great.
Eventually.
20 minutes later, Tilda's like, wow, this coffee's great. I love this coffee. I should get more coffee. Coffee.
Yeah, like Theodric's eyes just shoot up like, wow, this is, jeez, maybe I might need some cream with this.
Do the caffeine shakes interfere with spellcasting?
God, I hope not.
Okay. Eventually, you guys, finish up breakfast. Alexandria says, well, Anastasia's probably waiting for us outside. She's probably doing some stretching and whatnot, since she's a little out of practice, I'd say. It's been a while since all of us have been in a scuffle, other than the typical
That's
bar
okay.
brawl.
Kids come first, and I nudge Bryn. You see what I did there, kids? Goats, kids.
Haha, very, very good joke. Very good joke.
I haven't told a joke in 3 years.
It's very good.
Isn't it wonderful being around people?
People? Yeah.
I don't think I've heard such a joke like, well, Anastasia says them all the time, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna be outside. Skull, Angelo, and they nod, and it's like, there's a couple benches. We'll be on the sidelines. She takes Alexandria takes out a little leather notebook. I'll be writing down notes. And I'll see
Now,
what.
you said you were going to summon something.
I will summon something of Anastasia's choosing. There's a couple things she doesn't like me to summon, so I'm gonna see what she wants me, what she's most comfortable with.
I see.
Yeah.
If you had to fight 100 horse-sized goats,
Oh my god.
would we survive, or would you prefer 1,000 duck-sized goats?
I mean, let's go with the 1,000 duck-sized goats, because one fireball, we're good.
Isn't it 100?
Yeah, but they'll break your ankles.
Isn't it 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
Horse-sized duck.
We're dealing
yes.
with goats, though. Ducks are ferocious. Goats are annoying.
Well, ducks aren't that bad.
Goats are
Have you
pretty
ever been
ferocious
bitten
too.
by a duck?
Geese.
Geese are
Geese.
now.
Geese. Oh, geese. Yeah, geese. I was chased by.
Swarm of geese.
Yeah, I was chased by a goose when I was 9. That was not a pretty sight.
Fuck geese.
No, they
Wow.
hurt because they got those little teeth.
Yep.
Like 3 rows of little teeth. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, they open
they're
their mouths. They
mean.
look like demons.
Yep.
They're super mean.
Like geese don't give a fuck. You know.
Or turkeys. Turkeys are just as bad, and they're bigger. They'll
Swamp.
body slam you.
Did you guys ever see that the video of the turkeys circling a dead cat in the middle of the road?
Oh my
Like,
god, no.
just like-
Yeah.
Yeah,
10
it
turkeys.
was really creepy.
No, I have not. That sounds
Turkeys are weird. Turkeys are like the hideous love child of a vulture and a chicken.
Yeah, it's true.
With the
Well,
temperament of a
they do
goose.
have turkey vultures.
Yes, but these aren't turkey vultures.
They are
They're just the
turkey-
angriest fat things you've ever seen.
Oh, never mind. I thought that my cat was doing something bad and I was gonna have to run, but he's fine.
Okay.
It's alright.
He's playing in the litter box and it sounded like he was messing with the couch.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I've learned that like the brown packing paper in boxes is a good distraction for a cat. I just lay it
Oh,
out
yeah.
and he just goes at it.
It
They
crinkles in
shred
just
it.
the right way.
I laid it down for them one time. They had a lot of fun, but then they just shredded it. It was just in pieces everywhere.
Wow.
Huh.
Alright. So you guys make your way outside. So I'll change the field of view. There we go. That's the rock formation. I couldn't find a good.
Oh my god,
Anastasia.
is that her?
Yeah, that's her.
Oh my god.
That's Anastasia. So she comes out. She has I know. I typed in gnome and free options. So she comes out.
And can you give us access to her tokens when you get the thing?
I've got access to mine.
I can't click mine.
You should have. Oh, I switched them because I was stupid. Hold on. So.
Ah, there we go. Got it.
And I'm just double checking Bryn. Okay, Bryn needs access to her, so just add your HP.
After I and while you're dealing with tokens, why don't you add the aura to Onenia's?
Oh right, I need the C button. All right.
Yeah.
And what is it? 5 HP?
It's for Tilda and Zaitari get 5 HP to their current and max for aid, and anyone who's within 10 feet of me get +2 to saving throws.
Right, and then
so
4 out of 4.
Right after I finish breakfast, as everybody's trailing out, dab my face with a napkin, and then look at Theo and ask, "Coming to cheer us on?"
Oh yes, definitely.
Oh yeah, I'm dragging too.
Yeah, they're all coming. There's a set. So these are benches. So that have been set out. So you guys, Belzor, Tegan, Eskin, and Theo, along with Angelo, Skull, and Alexandria, all come out. And I'm gonna say there's probably two more sets of benches behind there, so they could just watch you. Also, Alexandria is carrying a bowl of what looks like to be slightly roasted salted peanuts. And she just sets it next to her. Anastasia comes out in a full suit of plate armor. She has a symbol of Bahamut around her neck.
So fucked.
She is carrying a shield with a mace, and she looks at you guys, and first she turns to Alexandria and says, "All right, so who's going to be fighting with me today?" And Alexandria's like, "Well, I know you don't like Shadow. I know Shadow gives you the creeps." And Anastasia's like, "Yeah, Shadow really gives me the damn creeps. What if I had says Anastasia, what if can you bring out Chinny and Cincto?" And Alexandria's like, "Well, it's not probably the best companions you could choose, but I can bring them out." And Anastasia says, "Well, we're just here to test them. I mean, I'm not trying to kill them, right?" And
Right. That's
right.
very
right.
No, you're not trying to kill anybody. It's like, so I'll just need some allies that can help me spread out. And she's like, all right. And Anastasia is also wearing this red cloak with a gold trim on it.
Oh no. Shit, I know what that is.
Alexandria says, "All right, I'll summon them for you." So, Alexandria takes out a pair of golden lions, and she tosses them out in front of her, and they manifest into
actual lions.
Actual lions, yes.
Oh yeah, the lions.
So let me get those.
Got those in
out.
the campaign once. We lost them in hell. They fell into a pit of lava and
that usually that happens sometimes. All right, so she'll get those two. So I get stats for these guys as well. Let me just. I believe they are medium though. No, they're large, so they are actually this size.
Well,
they're very fat lions.
They're thick.
They need to take it down the donuts.
They just come out and they have like these thick ass thighs. You got the booty though.
They are actually, instead of a pair of
God.
males, it's a male and female.
so
And
thick.
Alexander just scritches him behind the ears and says, "Go protect, don't kill." And they nod. Anastasia steps up and she says, "All right, so just so we all know, and I say this aloud for myself as well. I'm here just to test you. I am not trying to kill you, and I hope you don't try to kill me. Um, do we have any questions before we start? Like, and on like semantics or anything like that?"
Any preemptive spell casting before it starts, or is it all in game? In combat?
I would say it would be fair for a little preemptive. I mean, Alexander did toss out the lions out preemptively, so if you want to prep, I'm fine with that as long as I get the prep.
Hold person. No.
We beat your test by not starting it.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and cast enlarge because it lasts. Let me just double check that that lasts a minute.
And please be aware, in case something does go very, very south, I do have the capability of reviving somebody in a very short amount of time. So we should be okay.
Don't go wasting a minute.
And yeah, we should hold on. Let me just delete the turn order.
All right, now we also have extra thick.
Yeah, if you could
too.
make my token larger, because my aura then projects further.
So are you considered large at this point?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she should
My
be
size doubles
Yep.
and my
Ooh,
size category
baby.
goes up.
Ooh,
So
baby.
I'm like 15 and a half feet tall currently, 700 pounds.
So just go aggressively hug the lions, and we're good.
Doesn't your weight go up by like 4 times or 8 times?
By
like more
8.
than...
It multiplies by 8. So I'm 375 right now, so multiply that by 8.
Oh, wow.
I'm big.
Okay.
She thick.
There's your gains. What?
Yeah. Them
Sick.
gains.
Okay. So let's if there are not any other questions, and
I actually have one semantic question real quick.
of course.
My powerful build gives me one size larger for determining carrying capacity and pushing, lifting, carrying, throwing capacity.
Yeah.
So I would have those capacities of a giant, correct?
Oh god, we're throwing the gnome to the moon, aren't we?
Yes.
Or those lions.
It's time to
Technically.
suplex a dragon.
Technically,
Okay.
yes.
This is good to know. Thank you.
Damn.
All right. Then let's start out by rolling initiative.
Oh, baby.
Good job, me.
Hey, decent. Decent.
Oh.
I actually need to figure out the limits on my lifting now so I can use it appropriately.
All right. So she will go there. So.
Oh, that's how you spell it.
Oh. Why? I promised myself to get new dice at the con. I didn't get time to get new dice because I was working the goddamn booth the whole time. Stupid dice. Alright. Alright, so it's been a while, so +2 for these guys, so...
What con?
I was at PAX East.
Yes.
Yeah, I was working the Larian booth, so it was a pretty good time. I got to talk to developers, and they pretty much made my weekend, so... I didn't get sick there.
Oh, no, you just had delayed PAX POC.
Yeah, probably. Alright, first up...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they did not roll out well at all.
Nice, yes.
Alright, so first up is Raine.
Okay, going first is not necessarily good.
Detroit sucks.
I am going to move up on these lines. And then I will hold an action to attack our gnome
Oh my god.
when the giant moves into her space.
Okay. All right.
Our
when you-
giant half giant.
All right, and
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
Zaitari.
Let's see.
If anyone ever has wanted to get thrown at an enemy, now is the time.
Tilda steps
we
way
get
back.
we get like thrown through them.
Let's see. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to step over here. And then I'm going to cast Fairy Fire. 20-foot cube. Let's make a square.
At the square.
10, 15, 20. Yeah. We'll do it so it's these two, because I don't want to hit Raine.
Okay.
Cast it. So they
If
need
you
to
did it at an angle, could you? No, not quite.
Yeah, no.
All right. So dexterity for both.
Like if she was here, I'd be able to do it, but
Yeah.
All right. So Anastasia saved, but the lion did not. So he is
Okay.
fairy fired currently.
yep. Glowing purple
Yep. Got him purple.
fantasy. And then I'm going to see. I moved from here to here, so those 20 feet. Then I'm probably gonna back up about 10 more. Get myself out of the way, and I'm going to inspire. We'll inspire Onenia.
Thank you.
That off. Okay, and that'll be my turn.
All right.
How do you inspire her? Just give her a thumbs up.
It's a very inspirational thumbs up.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Bryn.
I'm not good with the improv for that kind of stuff, unfortunately.
What up, Bryn? What are you doing?
Oh gosh, I am next. Well, let's see. I am going to cast let me see, how far away is... Okay, I am going to move up to here. Because that puts me about 15 feet. No, that's 20 feet. Let me see if that's close enough. Okay, I need to move to... I'm going to move up to here. So I'm within 15 feet. And I am going to cast Lightning Lure
Okay.
on Annalise.
Mhm.
So
Anastasia.
Anastasia. Sorry, I already comic with an Annalise. So she's probably gonna. If she doesn't make the save, she'll get pulled.
She does make the save.
Okay. And she is not within the distance to take the damage. So, just trying to get her to closer to this. I'm just gonna stay where I am now.
Okay. And Onenia.
I'm gonna cast Divine Favor on myself
Okay.
and charge up to Anastasia and just start swinging.
All right.
So I guess technically my attack occurs as soon as she enters.
Yes. Okay. So
And
she
you
will
also
take
have
the
that D8.
she will take
Yeah,
the first hit. She will
What's
not.
the inspiration die?
D8.
She takes the first hit, doesn't take the second. Well,
Yeah,
you're
16 won't hit.
flanking actually, so they'll both hit.
Okay.
So 18 and lots of stuff.
God, that's terrible.
18
1, 1,
Yeah, well,
plus
this
18, 19, 21, 23 points of damage.
23 and 25.
And 1 divine smite on there.
Okay, so
it's our
okay.
group. We suck.
This is terrible.
Yep,
I need real
told-
dice.
Hey,
I
look at
told
that.
you.
My damage
Plus
is
3
fine.
radiant damage.
Okay, and then 10. So
Do they get sneak attack damage the next? On the
Not the
second
second time, just the first one.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Just sorry. Plus 10 minus 3. All right, she just takes it in the face and she's like, "Ow! Shit! I forgot how much that stings." All right, and then Tilda.
I'm gonna cast Hold Person, obviously, on our little gnomish friend here.
Okay.
15.
15. She actually doesn't make it.
Congratulations, you guys. You now have advantage, double advantage. No, wait, just regular advantage.
Extreme advantage.
Um, do I have anything I can do for a bonus action? Not really, no. And then I will just kind of chill.
Okay.
Let's go hang back here. Y'all have fun.
Anastasia is gonna try to make her wisdom saving throw again, and that immediately
Isn't
ends
that
her
it's
turn.
yeah.
Right. She does make it this time.
Oh, damn it!
We rendered you useless for,
Yeah, but it's the end of her
Little
turn
bit.
now, so she's
For
probably
She can't do anything.
right. This lion is gonna. This lion is going to actually go off to the side around here, face you, Onenia, and it's going to try to take a swing at you with advantage because he is flanking. He is going to attempt to bite you actually. Nope, I rolled double 8s. The other one is gonna try to bite Raine.
So he just has normal advantage then.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a 10. That's a 10. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, Raine, it's your turn.
I'm going to, of course, attack our gnome friend again.
Okay. You just hit. Okay.
And we'll bring the other dagger around.
Alright. And that misses. And that hits.
Okay.
With advantage because you're flanking, so that's just 9.
I guess, I don't know why I did the old one twice. But...
Oh, yeah, so first hit, second missed, so yeah, so plus 9. Alright. Cool. Zaitari.
Yep. Let's see. I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery. What's the... So I should be able to do that on her. Okay. I'm going to do Vicious Mockery on Anastasia.
Okay. She needs to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
She makes it.
Okay. That doesn't do anything.
Okay. And are you gonna move anywhere?
Yeah, I'm gonna move. Hold on. I'm gonna move. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. And Bryn.
I am. Let's see. The fairy fire is on the lion in front of me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and. It looks like our little gnome buddy is kind of surrounded, so I'm not gonna try to jump in there. I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, because that's not 5 feet. I'm gonna go ahead and cast oh. How? No, that would be dumb. I would hit Raine with that. I don't think Raine wants to be on fire. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and just do a scorching ray onto. I'll do 2 at the paladin and 1 at the lion.
Okay.
So that's 1. That's paladin.
Okay.
Paladin, lion.
Nice.
The second one hits Anastasis, and the one that hits the lion hits.
Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and move just a little ways forward so I can be in a better spot, and that is it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and you also have advantage on the purple one, obviously. The lion.
Okay, Onenia.
How's Anastasia looking right now?
She's looking okay. She's a little bit bloodied, but she's like still standing her ground. You guys did a ton of damage, but she looks like she can take probably another round of beating.
Okay. Just like putting it out there for future, all sword attacks are non-lethal if it gets to that point.
Right. The second one does not hit. The first one does. So that is 13 in total, it looks like.
Plus another 12 radiant
So
from
25.
Divine Smite.
Alright. Alright. Okay. Tilda.
Doesn't divine favor give you? So that would be 4 to the 17, right? So 21. That still didn't hit.
The Divine Favor gives me 1d4 to weapon damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bless is the one that gives me 1d4 to attacks.
Right. Okay. I will. Honestly, those lions are my biggest fear at the moment.
Oh yeah, they're flanking nightmares.
So I'm going to
Remember, you have advantage on the fairy fired one.
yeah, I'll cast a ray of frost at the fairy fired one. Does 12 hit?
Actually, yes,
really
12
hope
does
so.
hit the fairy fired one.
Yay!
So minus 15. All right, so that line's looking real rough. And are you happy where you are?
I think I might I think I'm gonna Misty Step. Like behind this rock.
Okay. All right. As well, everybody's cheering from the sidelines. Skull has a large handful of peanuts, and he's just shoving them in his mouth, just looking like very warily at Anastace. Anastace is going to use her cloak's ability, and she is going to dimension door over here, and she's going to hide behind this house.
That fucking cloak. That fucking cloak.
Wait, what? Who dimension doored?
Anastace.
Anastace.
Oh.
She's out skis.
Fucking cloak.
And as a bonus action, she's going to take a healing potion.
Oh, bitch.
That
You
is
bitch.
that one. So
You're
she gets back.
stupid bitch.
4, 8 plus 2, 10. Okay. Okay. The lions are going to. They're not very smart, so they're gonna try to get one.
That lion, this one can only move 10 less feet than usual.
Okay, he's going after Bryn. I assume an 11 does not hit your armor class.
It does not.
And Raine. Okay, that might do something. That's a 19 to your armor class as he tries to bite your neck.
Yeah, that'll do.
Alright, so you take 11 points of piercing damage as his jaws sink into the junction between your shoulder and neck.
I'll use my reaction to half that.
Okay. Okay, and it is Raine's turn.
Well, okay, so
She gone.
Yeah, she's behind that. You saw her like dimension door and like scoop behind the house.
okay. Okay, what
She booked it.
Yeah, you guys are wailing on her pretty hard.
I mean, did she expect
Is
any
it like-
less?
is this stone
Paladin's no paladin.
big enough to hide behind?
Yeah, they're big enough to hide behind. They're like
Yeah.
a large size, so you're like 1/4 their size.
Okay, could I like go behind it, attempt to hide, and come out the other side and attack the lion from stealth?
Dragon lion.
Sure, if the lion doesn't see you, which I assume
Let's
it probably
see.
won't.
Freaking not see me with my advantage and everything else. And
I can throw fireballs at her. Why would I get thrown? It's a terrible choice.
Either I'm throwing you or I'm suplexing a lion. Something's happening.
I suplex the lion. Come on.
Suplex
Okay,
the planet.
so 17, I assume he doesn't. I assume that's a successful stealth.
You assume so.
Okay, so so I'll pop back out. Stupid lion. Attack him. Sorry, everything's so slow working on this laptop.
No, nice.
All right, you hit regardless. However, you do not get the sneak attack.
No.
He
Damn lion.
Yeah, he saw you.
fine, have another one and not hit.
Nope. Nope. Just completely whiff. Ryan roars in defiance. And is that your turn?
It's my turn.
All right, Zaitari.
All right, I'm gonna go fuck up this lion.
Okay.
Um,
You could.
oh my
If
god!
you wanted to.
Use it as your weapon. When when
I
we
can
knock
lift
this one
a
out,
ton, a
take
literal
it by
ton.
its tail and whip it around like a flail.
That might detach itself from the tail.
It'll be like a what is it? A slingshot?
God.
We go.
I'm gonna cover my kitty's ears now.
Oh no.
All right.
Just brutalizing poor summoned lions.
All right. One. Oh, what? Do I have advantage?
You do.
Oh yeah, that's right.
that's
It's
the fairy
fairy
fire
fire. I did it. You know, whatever.
You do hit.
And then
The lion goes poof.
another.
Well, the lion
Oh.
goes poof and turns back into a figurine.
Oh, okay.
So you can't use the other lion to throw into the other lion. I'm
No.
sorry.
You
But there are rocks.
There are
You
rocks.
could pick up
There
the.
are rocks.
Probably could pick up one of the thin, skinny rocks.
I can lift 2,000 pounds.
I was going to say, you could take the figurine and just chuck it.
Yeah.
Call of Duty and go straight to the walls.
I used up most of my movement. I really can't get to the other one. I'm gonna move 5 feet here, and that'll be the rest of my movement. And then I'm gonna inspire Onenia again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nope, not -2. I say you take that rock and you chuck it at the lion. Chuck it at him. Make it turn into a small puny figurine.
So inspiring.
So
So
Bryn,
inspiring.
I feel like I should get inspiration from that. It was so full of
Eloquent.
vigor. So it's mildly tempting to just do a completely dick move, but I'm not going to. Because I'm guessing they would rather me not destroy any buildings while I'm attempting to attack the person as training. So I'm not going to fireball the building she's standing behind. I thought about it, and I was like, no, destruction of property isn't nice.
we just rebuilt that shed too, like 12 times.
Like a bunch of tiny baby goats come running out of the the barn.
Not the goats, not the goats.
On fire.
Exactly.
Oh, that would be. She might actually kill me.
She
for
might actually kill you if that happens. Yeah.
See,
Knowing Anastasia, she would
that.
probably.
Well, I always wanted to be a monk. I am going to. I'm trying to see if anything can reach her, other than a fireball. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna. Can I like make a fireball? Because I can extend my spell. I can do the further away thing, and fireball's 150 feet anyway. So I don't want to just aim it. So it's just gonna be just the edge of it that hits her. Like I'm not gonna full on hit the building. Like it's gonna be coming from this
you
direction.
could probably angle it where it just hits her.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So with her, that is a 15. So she takes half of that damage, so that is 16, 17, 18, 19. Alright. Not looking really good.
And then I'm going to just kind of get so this rock is between me and the lion.
Mm-hmm.
And no, actually, no. I'm gonna stay like there, so I'm in Onenia's bubble.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. It's Onenia's turn.
You could also throw the rock at the shed.
I don't think I can reach the shed. That's a long ways to throw a big rock.
That's true.
Yeah, but you're
You're a big woman.
Could I pick up the rock?
you're
walk
literally a
little
giant woman
bit
right
forward?
now.
I also don't want to destroy the shed. I'm throwing the rock at the lion.
Okay. That's perfectly fine. Roll me athletics check.
With advantage because I'm enlarged.
Yes. I'll make that a token.
Nice.
Okay.
I like how it just like suddenly pops up over the.
So yeah, back there. So you throw the rock into the lion, and that probably I have the giant stats for throwing a rock. So let me see how much that is.
I feel like we just kind of like I just realized that these rocks are in a little bit of a pattern. We probably just disrupted some kind of summoning circle. Like something that's keeping
Oh.
like the demons at bay.
So that would be.
We're super
So,
fucked.
so you are.
Oops.
What's your strength modifier right now? Is it +5 or
+4.
+4? So roll me 3d10 +4.
Wow. Holy shit.
It's a rock. It's like a giant rock.
Nice. Very nice.
26.
All right, so he pops back into a statue.
And then I'm going to say, hey, Bryn, do you want to get closer?
No,
Yeah.
no.
But stay in my bubble?
Wait, what?
Do you want me to pick you up and carry you closer?
Oh, sure.
I'm going to pick her up and carry her closer.
Okay. All right, and Tilda.
I can get. And she weighs nothing, so it's fine. Under my arm.
Okay.
I thought maybe like you were just sitting on your
It's all
shoulder.
sweaty.
Yeah, like
Sack of potatoes.
At least put me up on your shoulders. Come
That-
on.
Do you want to be 15 and a half feet above the ground?
Iron giant, iron giant, iron
No,
giant.
not really.
Tilda, it's your go.
Yep. I'm going. I'm doing. I can get an angle on
Yeah, you can get the angle.
there, right?
Yep.
I would like to ice knife our gnomish friend
Okay.
Anastasia.
All right.
Nice.
You get it does hit. What is the effect of it? Why does it say dexterity saving throw?
Because
That's
of
because
the
it explodes.
cold damage. Yeah, it explodes.
Okay. Here's your source. Right. So dexterity. Yeah, she doesn't. Yeah, nope. Dexterity is not her forte. All right. -9. All right. Is that your turn?
I will also use the Wand of Healing Word
Mm-hmm.
on Raine because she's the only one who has taken any damage at this point. I believe.
Okay.
I think you're right.
All right. Anastasia is gonna skirt around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just right there, and she can get 3 of you. Okay. She's gonna cast
Oh no.
Ice Storm.
Oh no.
It is going
Shit.
to hit. So she's gonna center it right about there. So it's gonna hit Zaitari, Onenia. It will miss Tilda. It will miss Raine.
Yes!
But it will hit Bryn. So I need all 3 of you to make dexterity saving throws.
All right. You, and then you remember you have a.
Okay, nice.
You don't need it,
I'm good.
so it doesn't matter.
Mine will be
You
18.
you guys all save. So let me see. So 2D and then 4, 6. Okay, so you only take half of this. Alright, so that's so only 5 bludgeoning damage. And for the cold damage, so that's 10, 22. So 11 points of cold damage.
11 points of cold damage.
So that is 16 in total, if you don't have any resistances to cold or bludgeoning. And this whole area, which I should draw out, is now difficult terrain. So let me just... I'm just going to make a square because I'm lazy as fuck. Let me just square, so 20, 20, 20, 20. There we go. So this... God damn it, you're not going to let me move it.
You should be able to, unless you're on the wrong. You might be on the wrong layer. If you're on the map layer, that might be why.
No, I'm on the token layer.
Mm.
It's only letting me... Oh, there we go. So... Wait, that's radius. God damn it! Hold on, I gotta double that. Because it was a 20 radius, so 40 diameter. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's this area, this area, this area. I'll just say this area. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's about right. That area is all difficult terrain.
You want to move it down just a little bit since it didn't hit his eye.
No, it hit me.
It hits eye.
Oh, it did hit you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it didn't hit me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It didn't hit Tilda and Raine. That's who it didn't hit. All right.
Yeah.
Right. And can she use anything for her bonus action? I don't think so. What does she have in her inventory? You know what? She's just gonna take another She's gonna take a regular. Okay, so 7 plus 4. Okay. And then it's Raine's turn.
Okay, so 1 sec. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, I will. I think I'm just gonna be able to do movement. So I can go here, 40 feet. I'm just gonna triple move with action and bonus action from thief abilities.
Okay.
You can get about right there.
All right.
I debated having the giant throw me, but I could see so many ways I could go wrong. Yeah, that's all I can do on that turn because I don't have the action to use the knife.
Okay. And Zaitari, you just got pelted by hail.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop out of that.
Okay.
And then, so that would move. That would take 10. So I have 20 left. We'll move down to here. Then I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
Dissonant Whispers at 3rd level. So that gives me 2 extra d6. Yes, and I don't know why it doesn't prompt me. It should. Wow!
Ooh.
She takes 25
Nice.
points of psychic damage.
She
Well,
rolled
if she fails her wisdom save.
She rolls a natural 20.
Okay. Well,
so
then she
half.
takes. Yeah, so.
So 6 plus 7 is 13, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she took the first damage increment, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Alright, so Bryn.
Oh, that hurt a lot. Like a lot. Oh. Can I hold my action and have Onenia. Oh, I need to roll a concentration check on that.
Yes, you do actually.
What do I need to
So
make?
half the damage or a DC 10. So it's a DC 10 for you because half the damage would have been
And then
like 8 or something. So it's concentration saving throw 10.
It's
With a
concept.
+2.
You made it
Oh,
easily.
okay,
So
I'm
you're
fine.
You're
All
perfectly
right.
fine.
If I didn't, I would just be laying beside Onenia, and she'd be normal size again. I'd like to say, can you throw me? And then like hold my action until she tosses me closer to the gnome.
Okay.
So
I mean, I was gonna go hit her, but okay.
can you make it that far though?
I can Misty Step.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
Throw Misty Step.
Just go ahead and Misty Step. I'll just make my way there. I already held my
Okay.
action, so I'll just.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
feel like you would get a damage
Not
bonus
gonna
for
throw you
being
this time.
thrown.
All right. So are you gonna move, Bryn?
Oh, if I can still move, then yeah, I'll. Let's see, that's 10, 20, 25,
And then 30.
30. That is all.
Okay. Oh, Nunia, you're gonna Misty Step.
Yep, Misty Step.
Okay.
Right there, and then I can run up to her and hit her with non-lethal damage.
Okay.
It's gonna be kind of terrifying to just have her appear beside you all of a sudden from Misty
Yeah,
Step.
you missed your step. She's like, ah!
And then he just has like this intense grin on her face. She's like, I'm gonna fuck you up.
All right. So that is you hit with the first one. That is 11. All right. So with that, you not clock her upside the head, and she staggers and falls, but then she holds her resolve, and then she just looks back up at you, just from the brink of being unconscious.
Okay.
She has an ability that allows her to do that.
That's it. I was doing my throw for my sword.
All right, and it's Tilda's turn.
Yep. I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Move there. Misty Step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then cast Magic Missile
Okay.
at her from behind. Just a level 1 Magic Missile.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3.
Okay. And then she falls unconscious.
Yeah.
At that point, like the everybody from the sidelines just stops for a minute, and then Alexander's like, "Oh crap!" Just kind of jogs up, tosses her a healing word. Anastasia wakes up. Ow! 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 I'm so out of practice. Good job, guys. Ow, my head. Good job. I didn't get any
Thematic
hits in.
coughing.
I know, I was about to say, I don't know if that's...
That's really me coughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, good job. Like Anastasia's, good job. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get any hits in though. You guys just got me on the roast. Maybe I should have opted for another. Yeah. Maybe I should have opted for another summoned creature. Ow! Well, you did well. You took me out.
Fight the enemy you know. I know paladins. I know paladins of our sort.
That you do. She puts her hand to her chest and heals up a lot of the damage punishments that she just took. Um, she just dumps it all into her, and Alexandria will also like top her off too. Um,
I'm gonna
sorry about
start-
that.
I'm gonna start wrangling the people from our group who need healing.
Okay.
Come to me if you're hurting.
They all whoosh.
10 to each of you.
Tilda just stays back and just kind of brushes some lint off of her skirt.
Yeah, at this point, everybody just runs up to you, just checking if anybody needs healing or anybody needs anything. Alexandra is there with a couple pages actually in her notebook already. She was like just concentrating on you guys during the whole fight. Most Angelo and Skull in his own way were doing most of the cheering.
I want to be this big always, you guys. Can we make that happen?
I mean, we could probably try to find something.
We could try to find something, says Alexandria. I'm sure we can. That was really fun to look at. Though I don't know if that god that was...
At this point, I cast Reduce on Onenia.
I'm still
I'm
really
pretty
tall,
sure.
because it only reduces your height by like, what, 6 inches or something silly like that?
I'm
yeah,
pretty
Yeah,
sure it
what?
would have cut out by now.
Yeah, it's a
yeah.
minute.
It lasts a minute.
It's a minute, but I'm still gonna go ahead and cast Reduce in its place. So that's a 14 save. And you're halved.
$16 because of my aura.
Wow.
Just beat
Damn
it.
I'm not halved.
Alright.
Yeah, she's just normal.
So Alexandria comes up and says, "Okay, so I got a lot of good information from that fight. So I could gear you guys up properly. And yeah, that's about it for today. I was actually, other than maybe bringing you down to the Treasure Hunters Guild, which is not really too much of an excursion. I was gonna let you guys explore the city on your own. Oh, right, paperwork. Angelo, do you have that?" And Angelo, from his pouch, he has a couple,
Why did you get that?
This?
Yes.
Oh, wait, do you have it?
I thought Tilda had it.
No. You gave it to me.
Oh,
B,
okay.
Iskin used it to scare Raine.
How the hell did he get it?
Everyone has a tentacle rod, obviously.
It's like ...
It was in the care package from the hotel, from the last
okay.
city we were in,
Obviously.
Oh yeah, sure, uh-huh.
with the mints and the mini muffins.
Mm-hmm.
Understandable.
Complimentary tentacle rod.
The tentacle rod then vanishes from my hand since it never existed. What?
Angelo passes a couple sheets of it's envelopes with his seal on it, and he says, "If anybody questions you about whether you are allowed in the upper district, to show him this letter. It's signed by me and Alexandria, and you guys should be passing through no problem. This will give you free reign between all of the districts in town. So you guys can write down in your pack you have like one letter of like allowance or something." So he makes sure each one of you gets that.
Is it made out to our real names or our fake names?
It's made out of he figured that it's going to be the fake names you'll be using with Alexandria. So it's to your fake name. So learn your fake names down pat, he says. One permission slip. That's pretty much what it is. If you lose it by some chance I can always make you another one. It just takes a little bit of time.
Is there anybody who might ignore this? When they see it, they'll just rip it from our hands and shred it to little pieces.
There,
We can try to rip it from our hands.
there,
Well.
Angela says there are very few people who would try to do that. If they do, who, they usually don't go after the employees. Most of the common people won't like do that to you, especially if you're associated with the War Waters. As far as I know, we're well liked by most of the common people. The nobility, there might be a few people, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. I can make up a list later on. But I don't think you should have too much of a problem, as long as you don't murder anybody in the street.
I would hope not.
Well, there goes my afternoon. Thanks, guys.
I find it's more of a
yes.
nighttime activity.
Yeah.
Of course, why we were hired to murder people in the streets.
And Alexandria puts her arm around Angelo, and Angelo's like, I was a little disappointed that you guys didn't pick me. It would have been fun. That's for sure.
Next time.
Maybe.
We were not sure if you would start flying around and throwing spells at our faces while cackling from above.
Actually, no, I'm not that kind of caster. I'm actually a mix of well, a caster, and he nods over to Raine. A little bit of what she can do.
Oh, that way you're stabbing us from behind and then throwing lightning balls at our faces. That's awesome. Yeah.
Actually, that's very close.
Oh.
But yeah, good work, says Alexandria. I'm gonna go put together a list of things that my employees should start looking into to make you guys. I'm also going to talk to the guard in the city. So there are certain areas in Robur that we try to keep people out of. And that's where we're going to be sending you. The reason Alexandria says, the reason we ask them to deter people from going to these areas is because there are old one ruins. And if you're going to start learning about the old ones and old magic, the first thing you guys need to do is check out a ruin. So we'll plan that excursion in the next few days. Make sure you're geared up for desert travel. And yeah, for the time being, I say just try to make your way around the city, get to know where things are. If you need to stay at an inn, one inn I recommend is the Fiery Gauntlet. It's owned by an old acquaintance of mine that still runs the place. So, and they know me as Alexandria. So, and it's a middle of the run inn, so you'll be treated well. They have all kinds of clientele that come in and out, so you shouldn't be out of the ordinary. It's actually run by a dwarf, so you should be okay there.
What's the name of the inn again?
The Fiery Gauntlet.
Fiery.
Other than that, good job today. Actually, you guys made me a little jealous. I wish I could still do half the things I could have done. It'd be nice to be in the battle again. Other than the theater, I haven't been in too many battles as of late. And you hear Angelo say off to the side, for good reason, and Alexander just ignores him. Well, I have I promised my children that I'd see them for lunch, and then I promised to take them out for a little bit since I haven't been around for a while. Um, I will start looking into the ruin, and I'll let you guys know when that trip will be coming up, probably in the next 3 or 4 days. Is there anything before I leave that you need to ask or need to know about?
I don't. Not that I can think of.
Okay.
Um, one moment.
Mhm.
Belzor, could you come here for a moment, please?
Yeah, sure. He was just in the middle of stuffing his face full of roasted peanuts. Um, he just wipes the side of his face with the back of his hand and just runs over. Yeah.
Um, would you care to show our host the symbol?
Oh, yeah. He takes from his from beneath his shirt a symbol that looks like a large flower, and
Right.
Alexandria peers at it for a moment. Huh. Sun Soul. And at that, um, Belzer looks very inquisitive towards Alexandria, and Alexandria just says, "Sun Soul. They're a monk order. Um, within the city. Well, they have a temple here. I know their order is situated around Robur. Um, they are one of the many monastery orders that actually live in Robur. Uh, why why did he show me this? Why does he have one?
Well, from what Belzor was telling me, um, last night, he mentioned that his teacher back in Vox had had recommended that he find this symbol here in Robur. We were thinking of having him start his lessons again, or continue them here.
That is possible. I don't associate with them much. They're an offshoot of Pelor. Typically, um, the Moonbeam and Sun Soul, they're two different sides of a coin. Sahine and Pelor. Their monk order here. One follows Sahine, one follows Pelor. They're kind of the antithesis of one each other, but it's kind of like a northern and southern style of martial arts, if you so will. But we definitely can put him in contact with one of the practitioners. And if they deem him worthy or talented enough, I don't see why they wouldn't accept him for a lesson. Especially if maybe he has um, someone like the Warwater family backing him. I can't imagine they would turn him down. But I can talk to a few people and see who we need to talk to get that to happen.
Excellent.
All right.
Isn't that excellent, Belzor?
I guess.
There we are. Excellent.
Yeah. Alexandria says, if I could get the name of the person who taught you, maybe that would help. And Belzer said, "Oh, it was Sifu Goodfeather." Okay, all right. So, do you know his full name? Because Sifu means teacher, and Belzer says Henry. Okay, all right, Henry. All right, sounds good. I will see if we can make that contact happen, and maybe you and some of the others can go visit the facilities. All right. That will be all. I have to tend to my family.
Have a wonderful day, darling.
You as well. At this point, Angelo comes up and he says, I'm going to be needing Theodric and Iskin, well, Alex and Frederick. I need to start teaching them the ropes, so to speak, if they're going to be my valet and assistant. And, Theo and Iskin, nod. Theo walks up to you, Tilda, and says, I'll see you later.
Of course, darling.
Right. He gives you a kiss on the cheek,
Mhm.
and he, walks off next to Angelo, and Iskin says, yeah, I'll see you later, Raine. No hard feelings
Don't
about...
spare the Yeah, she's actually addressing Angela. Don't spare the corporal punishment as needed if you need to get him in line.
Angela's like, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Especially after I saw what you guys could do today, I'd be afraid of if anything happened to them, then who'd be coming after me. But they'll be okay. I mean, the most horrible thing they're going to be encountering is dealing with stuff, not, he stops when he says stuffy, no, I mean, the type of people that we have to deal with. Anyways, well, I've never been good with words. Come on, let's go. I gotta show you the ropes. And they, quietly walk away. Anastace, picks up her dented gear. It's like, I gotta get this cleaned. Let me know if you guys need anything. I'll be around. She walks off, and Skull nods to you, and he helps her pick up some of the plate that has fallen off and helps her to her cottage. And you guys are left in the courtyard, the yard, by yourselves.
Well, if we are just going to spend the day doing various things in town, I have a small errand I might run, guys. I mean, unless we needed to be all together for anything.
I don't think so.
I was going to go
gonna spend
shopping.
my day here. I was going to stay at the estate.
Okay.
I stick out like a sore thumb down there.
Did you need anybody
A
to
little bit.
accompany you, Bryn? Sorry, Leyland.
I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to be doing anything dangerous. I'm just going to be kind of looking for, looking around the town, kind of learning the area, and maybe seeing who's where type stuff.
Well, I was about to go shopping, do a little shopping. If anyone
Very
would care to come along.
Oh, okay. I'll come with.
Wonderful.
I'm not. I would like to give. I want to kind of dig around in my stuff here. I want to find whatever like an outfit might cost, and give it to Zai and Tilda, and have you guys, while you're out, if you go shopping for any clothing, which I'm assuming you're going to be finding some clothing somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just something that is like standard things that the locals would wear, because we have the headscarves, but just, and we have like the ones that are robes, but just something like a little bit nicer for like in a around town evening type thing.
Yeah,
I trust you guys.
Yeah, something like that wouldn't cost you much. Like a decent set of common clothes would probably run you around. I'm at the page. There's the page. That's not the page.
I'll just give you guys like 5 gold, and just whatever you use is fine, and just something that would look nice enough that if we were to like go out into town for a reason, that I wouldn't stick out.
Of course.
Yeah,
Fair
a
enough.
decent set of common, like a nice set of common clothes would probably just run you 1 gold piece. Like
Yeah.
standard common clothes would probably run you like 5 silver.
I'll go ahead and give them 5 gold pieces
Okay.
just to make sure they have plenty in case you find anything interesting or whatnot.
Well, we can all go down to the town together, can we not?
Yeah, we could.
As long as that doesn't interfere with your errand.
It shouldn't. I can always do my errand afterwards.
All right.
All right. So Bryn, Zai, and Tilda are going to the town to do some shopping. Rain, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might just actually go along on this shopping trip. But
Woohoo!
get a girl's night out.
Shopping.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys can.
You sure you want to stay behind, Onenia? You're gonna miss fun.
I know, but I have to make an altar to my goddess so I can actually worship her.
Oh.
And clean my armor because I smell like crap.
Yeah, well, I'll give you that one.
Okay. So you four go and grab a lift into town. Are you gonna generally stay around the middle class part, the upper class, or maybe the lower class?
Let's ask around to find the best tailor in town who isn't an asshole.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. I also wanted to check out the bazaar. There was a bazaar, right?
Yes, there's a bazaar here.
Oh yeah, we should totally do that too.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, there is the
Like, honestly, this is how Tilda gets to know places, you know?
Yeah,
so,
the golden
By
tent.
buying things.
The golden
Yep.
tents is where you want to head if you want to head to the bazaar. Because they have like yellow tents. Yeah, that's why they're called the golden tents. All right, so you
Well,
guys
that makes
start
sense.
headed down there. Onenia, as you're walking back to the house, Nana is actually there. She's just giving Alexandria and Angelo and the rest of them, a couple goodbyes, and when she sees you approach, she says, "Ah, Onenia, how are you doing today?"
I'm doing very well. If I were to give you a letter, would you be able to make sure it's delivered?
I could possibly do that. It depends where the letter is going. Jesus Christ.
Hello?
For months, he'd say one of these days,
Sorry.
Cat,
I
you're gonna
promise.
turn the PS4 off with your tail. And we're in the middle of the Vault of Glass raid, and the cat hops up, lays down, and the tail swings at just the right way that it brushes up against the power and his PS4 goes off.
Oh, that'd be a bummer.
It was hilarious because we knew it was happening too because he was yelling at the cat to get off. Oh, it was hilarious.
Sorry
So
about
funny.
that. I'm getting a new SSD, so that should fix my problems. Just a fresh install of Windows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she asks where's the letter going.
I give her the name of the town.
Okay.
They're the Temple of the Lords, and I haven't figured out a name yet because I don't really know the naming patterns
Okay.
for that part of the world. But it's that small town that I was at a temple at. And
Okay.
So I need to write it up, but it's going to be a letter to my brother.
Okay. She looks at it and she's like, I can definitely get a messenger to send this. Is there anything else you require?
Can you point me to a quiet place on the grounds that no one ever really goes?
She smiles and says, "Sure. Follow me." And during this time, as she's walking walking towards the rear of the house. So sister, where do you hail from?
Many places. We Goliath that don't typically stay in one place for too long.
Mm, that was the same for my tribe as well.
Yes. What was your tribe's name?
We were the Thunderstruck clan. Um, and when I say were, it's they unfortunately don't exist anymore.
I'm from the Thunder Calling tribe.
Yeah, we roamed the mountains around Robur for a time before the raid took the tribe. That's how I, kind of fell into this culture. A strange place at first, but you learn to get used to it.
Yes. I had to leave my tribe because our chieftain was calling for more severe callings more frequently.
That's
It was
very
not something I could stomach.
that's very unfortunate. I was happy with my tribe. Um, they were we were a good family, a good band, and I still do miss them, even though it's been quite some time. May I ask what your role was, if that's not too personal?
I don't mind. I was a lamentor,
Ah, I see.
which is why when the callings began to increase and the requirements became more severe, I had to leave because it was not something I could do in good conscience.
Well, we are two sides of a coin, I suppose. I myself was chosen to be, well, was brought up to be a nursemaid. We raid when the tribe was still around. We frequently raided, um, and were raided upon, and a lot of the times orphans would be the result of those raids. I took care of those who did not have caregivers themselves. And actually, the position I'm in now, it's quite similar to that. So at least I have that going for me.
We could have used you in our tribe. Those who were without parents were given to the Sky Watcher and the Tent Mothers.
I see. Well, it was so frequent around here that my position was made quite a while ago. She leads you to a quiet spot in like the left-hand corner of the yard in the back. And it's like, this should suit your needs quite well. Nobody comes out here very much. Sometimes I come out here to think and to contemplate, but you are more than welcome to use it. And
Would it interfere with your alone time if I were to build an altar here?
no, 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 no. Truth be told, um, I, I think I would like the company, especially since there's somebody that actually understands our way of life and culture. Um, so I am more than happy to share this space with you. I don't have any. I don't have an altar or anything. I just come out here just to sit and maybe meditate. Um, but it's free for you to use. Do you need anything to get started?
I think I'll see what I can use from nature itself first.
All right.
But The immediate order of business is bathing.
Ah, yes. Luckily,
The swamp that I am growing inside my armor right now is getting quite pungent.
Oh.
well, we'll have to take care of that, won't we? I can have the other servants draw a bath for you, and they will leave you to
I
your
mean, just
devices.
between you and me, is there like a river or something?
Unfortunately, because we're in the desert, there are no rivers other than the underground streams, and those are used for drinking water. So I don't think they would
I'm not going to do
appreciate.
that to the town.
No. But uh, if you prefer it, we don't have to warm the water.
It's more of the being in nature
Ah, I
part,
see. I
not the
see.
temperature.
Um,
I'll take a bath nonetheless.
um,
Just sit in the tub I'm way too big for with a tiny little daisy in my hand.
and
Yeah.
and if you want, I have a mixture. Soap is strange. I still find soap to be really weird. Um, in where I came from, we had a mixture of herbs that clean just as well as soap without all the weird lather.
Did you use the stones? Because we used to use the stones to rub our mixtures in, and
Yep, yep. I can provide that as well.
I don't ever use the stones because I don't want to get that many weird looks. I already get enough.
Well, let me assure you, you are among at least one friend here, that knows your ways. I will get that for you, and I'll have the servant bring it up for you.
Thank you very much, Mother.
Mm. I don't know whether I want you to call me mother or sister, because though I am much older than you, sometimes that. Eh, she just waves it off. Mother, it is. I'll have that brought up to you. And she
Thank you.
smiles and walks off. You guys take the lift to town. So you guys start heading to the Golden Tents, which is at this point it's a little later in the day, maybe around 8:30, 9 o'clock. The people who are just gathering. So there are a lot of restaurants and taverns in the area. So they come and they get their food and vegetables and meats very early in the morning, and you're just getting towards the end of that rush. And now that it's early, now kind of mid early morning, now you're getting the mothers and other other clientele, shopping around. Oh, jeez. Um, what around in the bazaar were you guys looking at? And there's people shouting names of strange foods and people selling textiles and um, hippo lift, um, and
Hippoglyph.
hippoglyphed. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I like flight, though, with the Y.
Yeah, that's not a bad one either.
While we are shopping, I would like to just sort of keep my ears open and see if I hear the name, was it Marid or Marid Shatar?
Yes. Um,
The merry shitter. Yes.
um,
Tilda just got damaged, didn't she? Tilda just tripped and fell on her face.
so yeah, there's just so many names of like people trying to sell goods. There are multiple languages that are thrown around. Some in Draconic, some in a dialect that you've never really heard of before. It's a little off common. And I need Lynn to roll a perception check.
Can do.
Since you're listening for something very specific.
Yeah.
Okay. You hear a lot of names that sound similar, but it's doesn't seem like the name that you're looking for.
Okay.
So, what are you guys? So you're looking for clothing?
Yes.
Yeah,
the
clothes.
the best tailor in
Who's
the
not an
city.
asshole.
Who's not an asshole?
Okay. You guys roll a perception check.
All right.
Raine's just gonna try to find pickpocket some fruit or something as she's walking by. And
Great, you're gonna lose your hands that way. I'm actually gonna use my natural 20 divination roll.
Okay.
Using it for the right things.
Yeah,
All right.
The
we
most
didn't really
important
need it for the
tasks.
fight, so
The most important of tasks. We
Um,
have to find good clothes.
hell yeah, we do.
a man's name comes up multiple times. A individual named Zandini Laha. I'll put his name in there.
Please write that down.
Laha.
What is that song? Oh no, it's a different sound. Never mind.
Were you thinking of
Now I-
I
Damn
am
it,
from
now it's in my
Fiddler on the
head,
Roof?
though. I was thinking that song that kid danced to and got like YouTube famous. It's like
The Numa
Mila
Numa
He,
dance?
Mila Haha or something weird
The
like
Numa
that.
Numa dance?
Yeah.
Numa Numa, yeah.
God, that's
That's,
ancient.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
know.
old.
I know.
Ancient.
It's a relic.
Anyway,
Yeah. So his name comes up a few times. A respectable tailor, a little eccentric, a little flamboyant, but does
Gilmore?
does good work. You know, has very fair prices, and takes up a whole range of clientele. Some nobles, some merchants. Um, yeah, so he's probably the guy you're looking for.
Then off we go.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So he owns a small shop, a little off to the side of the Golden Tents. It's a little homey shop. There's a display of a dummy in a nice long um orange dress, not dress but like nice local wear, with like a sash off the side that's like an orange with sequins, and the same material, it's the same color slippers, and there's a couple like dried roses hanging upside down off to the sides of this display, and there's what looks like a for some reason like like a not in use weaving small weaving station that's set out in front, um and it, and the sign just says Zandini's.
Like a loom?
Yeah,
some
kind of like
kind?
it's kind of like a loom, like a small miniature loom. It looks like it's either a decorative piece or a piece that hasn't been used for a long time. You're not sure. I mean,
Okay.
it could be for like a gnome. But
Yeah.
yeah, you're not sure. And then there's just a little bit of dust on it, just like a light dusting cover. Maybe it's due for another cleanup. When you guys walk inside, um, off to the side there are some already made clothing, made out of some linen, satins, cottons of all shapes, of all colors. Um, there are a few people inside. There's behind the counter. There are just large rolls of fabric, and behind the counter, there is this man. He has a a man bun, the silver both
Those
of
must be popular here.
yeah. Pierced ears with 2 silver hoops. Um, that's actually the only jewelry he is wearing that you can see. He's in a very loose spring green shirt with just brown tan pants, and he says, "Oh, welcome to Zandini's. How can I help you?"
Hello there, darling. Um, are you Zandini Laha
I am
himself?
I am Zandini himself, miss. May I help you today?
Well, we are recently arrived in town here, and we heard that you were quite a respectable tailor, and we're looking for outfits to fit in better around here.
Hmm. Well, I can certainly provide. What kind of outfit are you looking for? Common
Well,
wear, evening wear?
do as the Robarians do. I think perhaps we should take a look. All of us should take a look around and pick out things that you've already created. Yes, that suit our style, our various styles.
All right. I also have and he brings out from beneath the counter. It looks like a somewhat of a sketchbook. He says, "I also have previous designs in this book. If you cannot
Oh.
find anything on the displays, things that I can easily recreate, or if you have an idea of what you'd like, I can also make that too. I do specialize in the nobles here. They do love their costume parties, so." Yes. So I do that on occasion as well, but yeah, please feel free to look around. And if you need any help at all, let me know.
We do have one special request. One of our members currently isn't here. She will be a bit of an interesting challenge. Do you think you'd be up to it?
Hmm.
Up
Well,
in this case being the operative word.
I mean,
Yes.
it
She's
depends.
very tall.
Oh, just a very a
Have you
large.
ever dressed a Goliath before?
Hmm. I have just a half orc woman. Um,
Taller.
taller. I guess I could do that. I have no problem doing so as long as you have the coin. Um, I mean, I could. I mean, is she afraid of? I mean, truth be told, I I try to make people look aesthetically pleasing when they wear my clothes, and I know it could be a challenge for the larger folk because most tailors around here, truth be told, might end up making them look like tents, and that's horrid. We can't have that. That would be an atrocity. Um, but yes, I could probably help you with something like that.
Okay. Um. Well, she doesn't completely care for dressing very fancily, I would say. More practical. She typically wears armors
Hmm.
over top. But obviously while we're in the city that won't be necessary. Um
While you're
Something a
while
bit
you're talking to
more
him,
natural. Yeah.
he immediately gets out the sketchbook and goes to a fresh page and gets
Oh,
a piece of
damn.
charcoal, and he
Hmm.
starts sketching. So she is of a larger size. I see. Um,
I'll like with my um hands, like in reference to my own body, I'll motion like how big, like how tall she is, like how broad the shoulders are, like the counting for the waist and things like that. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, but I would imagine that clothes here are more loose fitting, anyways.
Right, because of the heat.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But the episodes are so long.
They
I
I
are.
know.
about that.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay.
no problem.
I opened the web browser.
The interwebs,
The
The
interwebs.
interweb
the
browser.
interbrowser.
Um. Okay. How about something like something simple.
Like, and I say she worships Melora. She has paler skin, facial markings, long red hair. You know,
Okay, red. So we don't want her to look like that.
some bony
So-
protrusions, but you know.
Bony protrusions. I mean, would she require a headscarf? I'm just making sure that if it's included, I want to make a couple adjustments. Um,
Well, might as well put one in anyways. We'll be traveling out in the desert.
okay. I mean, I have things like, and he gestures to one of the racks. Like something like this is something that most women here would wear. Not really. It's simple. It's light. If she prefers pants, we can do that too. You said not too fancy, just very uh, I guess minimalistic. Yeah,
Yes.
something like that is usually what traditionally the working woman would wear around here. But there is one with a pants version as well.
Tilda, Tilda glances over at the sketchbook and goes, "Yes, pants, darling. I
Pants.
think pants would probably be
Yes.
best."
I think pants would be the best because freedom of movement, easier to work with pants in combat.
Not a problem at all. So I'm thinking maybe a loose pair of pants. Something like. And when I just say the pants, I mean just all right. So where's the Discord? I'd say something like, and I'm not saying this is the top it goes with, but he's just gesturing to what's
Mhm.
currently out. Where's my download folder? God damn it! So many tabs.
And we wait.
And you wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. I just literally.
We shiver with Antissa.
There you go.
Patient.
I'm waiting for the pants.
All right, so
Patient.
they
There
are
we go.
they're called harem style pants, but he'd probably have the bottom. No, he'd have the bottoms not elastic, something that's a little more loose. The shirt would be a little not form. It wouldn't be form fitting. It would be loose as well. Um, he tailors it to a mix of what a God damn it.
Oh no,
Uh-oh.
Prowler. He's very good at the
Back.
fetch thing. He would actually bring it back and drop it at your feet. But our other one cat would like go like a foot away and drop it.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
No more opening tabs for now.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah.
Maybe you need more RAM.
I've looked at it. I think a fresh install would just work at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, always the nuclear option.
I mean, we don't need you to post pictures of every thing.
It'd be
Yes,
nice
you
though.
Like-
if-
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I need this. No, yeah. I need this to fulfill
Okay,
my
well,
immersion.
I don't need.
he would tailor it for
It's nice.
so he would try to tailor it between like a woman and man's type of clothing. Like it sounds like your friend does not like the dresses or the skirts. So we tailor pants, very loose fitting. The top would be tasteful. Of you said she has red hair. What is the color of her skin?
Very pale,
Gray.
a bit grayish,
Gray.
kind of pale stone-like.
I see a nice maybe navy blue would be too overpowering.
Maybe a nice green.
A nice green might work.
Something
Fresh
that
from the
won't
grave
absorb
taupe.
too much sun, either.
Yeah. A paler green would probably work best. Okay. He starts sketching.
Something a bit more natural in tone.
Okay.
Maybe like an olivey green.
Oh, olive. Yes, that would actually work. And he immediately gets out like a roll of fabric. Like he has one of those binders full of like scraps of fabric and colors. So he puts that on the table. He goes to the green section. Yes, olive. That would work beautifully. Uh, yeah, I can probably put together that, or I could do several. I mean, if you're working with maybe a cotton, that wouldn't cost that much at all. So I could put several outfits together, so she could mix and match at her leisure. And he's really genuine. He looks very genuinely excited about this project.
How about something suitable for travel, something suitable for the city, and something a bit more formal.
I can do
Not too formal, but just something slightly more appropriate for nice dinners.
I can definitely do that. Yes. Yeah, that would be, yeah. I could. That sounds, yes. Um. um. Yeah, they fight a lot. Okay. I could definitely put that together. And are you looking for? And are you all? Are any of you looking for anything for yourselves?
Of course.
So a lot of the clothing in this store is very Indian-esque style, very Pakistani style. So a lot of loose clothing, a lot of like sarongs on the outside, headscarves, hijabs, things of that nature. So he does pretty much does it all. He's pretty um multi multitasked, multi talented to do all this. Um, will you be requiring slippers?
Of course, darling.
Okay, I will add slippers as well.
One in each color. One pair in each color.
I can definitely do that.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Tilda's
we
gonna need one
bankrupt.
bedroom for her clothing.
Yep.
Just use it as a closet.
I'm looking through the site that you linked. These outfits are
These outfits are.
fantastic. Cut me
Ah.
off.
But yes. But yeah. I mean that in itself, what you're asking me to do, it's probably 6 silver per outfit, including the slippers.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Okay.
Tilda, what do you think?
6 silver per outfit,
Yes, which includes slippers.
including slippers.
Yes.
How many are we getting?
Well, for your friend, you're getting 3 sets. A travel, a city, and a formal.
Don't worry about it. I'll cover hers.
Oh no. And for the rest, 6 silver per set sounds fine. Sounds quite reasonable.
Where did Tilda go? I don't see Tilda anywhere. I see some stranger wearing her clothes.
I don't know who this Tilda person is, darling. I'm
Oh.
Flora.
It's this cat that my mom had, and I loved this cat so much, and it got run over by a Silenar, and I just have these flashbacks sometimes. Oh, Tilda, you were a good cat.
Zandini just is a little taken back, and he digs around for a handkerchief. If do you need what this
Thank
is?
you. Thank you. I blow my nose just real loud and wet. Just.
He slightly cringes.
Tilda
She
just
had the-
rolls her eyes.
She had the bluest little eyes, and her fur was the softest fur.
He immediately closes the blue section of the book.
Oh no, I was looking at that.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sorry.
Here's your handkerchief back.
He delicately takes it with his index finger and his thumb, and he just puts it in the waste bin. I have many others like that. Don't worry.
Holy shit.
I just saw the leather armor.
Holy shit.
Oh jeez. Okay.
My God.
Well, you know what they say about skimpy armor. They only stab where the armor is covering. So.
You won't be stabbed in the butthole, apparently. Oh, I'm sorry.
That would be pretty bad if you think about it, you know?
God. Okay. So. Then you guys, Zandini's pretty excited to have the work. So he can pretty much make almost anything you want at this point. Would you require 3 outfits each as well?
Well, we have the one outfit each already, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
could say
that
those are
we're
probably
all
like our
wearing.
travel clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tilda, I think, would like, a couple more options.
In
You know.
shades of blue, my dear.
Of course.
It goes lovely with your skin. He's like,
And other colors as well.
Okay.
I know that blue goes with my eyes, but I was thinking perhaps oh god, what is this?
It's
oh no,
not.
it actually looks really nice.
It's not lewd.
Ooh,
It's not super lewd.
that's actually really pretty. Yes. Um. Perhaps not in such a dark color,
Mhm.
although I could use that as a formal wear, I suppose.
Okay.
But yeah, so something in a light green, or I don't know. You know best, darling.
I see something in a darkened, well, not too dark, but a sea green might work actually. Um, hmm. And he starts, sketching and looking at fabric samples and writing the numbers down next to the what each person um would probably look good in, what they requested, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
So I think Tilda would probably get another 2 travel outfits. Maybe 2 formal outfits. That way she has options. And what was the other category? That
just
was
travel, formal, and just general city wear.
oh, okay. And yeah, maybe 3 of the city wear.
Okay. Right, so
Um,
5. So that's one. That's one.
and let's see how that works out.
Okay. Well, that altogether
it's
for you,
7.
Miss, would cost 3.5 gold pieces.
Absolutely.
Unless you wanted to upgrade to a nice linen, or
Oh,
mix and match fabrics with some of these outfits. That might cost you 5 silver more, but depends what kind of fabrics you care for.
what are the first ones made out of, if not linen?
They typically go for a cotton around here,
Polyester,
very
no.
breathable
Okay.
cotton, because of the heat. So
Right. You know what? She'll just stick with the 3.5 gold.
okay,
I mean, we're trying to blend in. She looks a little upset by it, but 3.5 gold.
okay,
I'll just give him 4 gold because I can.
okay. He thanks you. All these outfits, yours and the for your friends' outfits, should be ready in give it maybe when I have Lishida with me, probably in a week and a half.
Is there any way we could get a rush order on that?
Rush order. If I could.
I'll pull out another 50 gold.
I can definitely have somebody. I can definitely have help with these. Yes, 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 yes.
I thought we just paid him 3 gold for the clothing.
Yep, but I want these clothes as soon as possible.
Okay.
If I hired the extra help, I could definitely have these done by. If I worked say 6 hours. I can have them to you in 2 days.
That's better.
Okay. This would actually help me hire a few extra hands, so that's why.
Wonderful, darling. How much do we owe you for the rest of the groups?
Are you buying off the rack, or do you have special requests of your own?
I sent you a PM.
Okay. I'll open it when I don't trust my computer right now.
Oh yeah, they're just links to stuff, basically. You know what I should do?
Bryn is going to find something off the rack for her travel or her everyday stuff, and then ask if he has anything with maybe a little bit of a red or a flame motif for the more nice clothing.
Yeah, I can definitely do something like that.
Wonderful.
Okay. I mean, altogether, I mean, what the lady paid me, it would be more than enough to cover it. But yeah, altogether, you're looking at maybe in total 10 gold pieces, he says.
For everyone?
For everyone, yeah.
Well, here you are.
Okay.
I'll hand over. I'll actually flip him a platinum piece.
Ooh.
Oh, he just looks at it and is like, okay.
And I was wondering, darling. And I'll hand him another platinum piece and say, could my formal outfits be made of a finer material?
Of course. What kind of material are you? A linen?
Yes, the linen,
Of
I
course.
think, would be
Okay.
best.
I can definitely do that for you, miss. Yes?
And one more thing. We are special guests of the War Waters. So, and we would prefer to keep our anonymity. So, I put my finger to my lips and say, not a word that we were here. Yes?
I don't see anybody currently in front of me. So
Wonderful, darling. Have a lovely day.
You as well.
And I wake up Raine.
What? Sorry, what?
Just like shake her shoulder and come on, let's go.
Oh, finally. Lovely meeting you, Xandar. Andini, whatever.
I was about to say.
Zandini. Goodbye.
I'm sorry, I had a Guardians flashback there, I guess.
Come again. All right, so you guys, head out. Bryn, roll another investigation check.
Investigation or perception?
Perception, sorry.
Damn.
I'm so good.
Yeah, no name like that. Did you want to ask her out?
As you know, since we've already spoken with this guy and he's already been basically bribed to be nice to us, I am going to, like, as we're leaving, just kind of say, by the way, do you know the name Murid Shatar?
Actually, and he points over to an altar of Avandra over to the corner. I actually do. He made that he made that statuette on my Avanja altar right there. He owns a store in the in near the lower district called Go Figure. It's a pun, I think, of some kind.
Um, can you give me directions
Yes, of course. And he gives you directions. You just go down towards the lower quarter. He's kind of on the border of the mid and the lower quarter of the city.
Okay.
So that he gives you straightforward, easy directions. He's pretty much like follow the main road until you're almost at the gate where you enter the lower quarter, and then you take a left, and it should be 3 blocks down.
Okay. I bid adieu to my companions, and I follow the directions that he gives me.
Okay. Are you breaking off from the rest of the party at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you head towards the lower quarter, just going past a couple individuals. It's there is a slight there's like a pungent smell coming from this quarter. It's like it just hangs in the air. It's not like too strong, but you push forward, and you eventually go to find a what looks like a faith supply store. In this very small display, there are dried sage and lavender and herbs that hang in the window. There are there are figurines of representations of a lot of the gods. None of them elven, of course.
Yeah.
But it's a modest display, and when you head inside the store, there is an elderly human male. Looks like he's in his late 50s. He has blue eyes, long gray hair that hangs loosely from a braid that actually goes all the way to his waist, and he has
Oh,
this
okay.
this goatee that's peppered black and white. And he currently is just wearing loose off-white pants and like a light beige shirt, very plainly dressed. And when you enter it's empty in the shop right now, and there's
Okay.
tons of incense and little incense pots that contain rice or beans to hold the incense or sand. And the gentleman says, "Ah, welcome to Go Figure. My name is Malid. How may I help you, ma'am?"
I actually is there anyone else in the store?
As far as you can see, nobody in the front.
Okay. I actually wanted to talk to you about this, and I'll go ahead and I'll pull the coin that I put on a chain to wear around my neck out from under my shirt and just sort of hold it to him so he can see it.
All right, he leans in, he squints, and then he stares at it for a good maybe 5 seconds, and then he pulls away, and he looks down and says, "It's been a while. I knew you were coming. Um, 1 second. Um, it, I'm going to close the shop, and if you'd like, you can come in the back for some tea. This is gonna. I think this is gonna
Um,
be a while to explain if you're here. What I think you've been brought here for. What I think you've been brought here
I
for.
wanted to see if his intentions seemed genuine,
Okay.
and I don't fucking know, obviously.
He seems. He seems it.
Guys, I'm gonna die terribly. I don't see it coming.
You're the one who wanted to go off on your own.
he
Oh, I won't be in any danger. Don't worry about it, guys.
Yeah,
Whatever.
exactly.
he quietly goes to the store window and turns the sign closed. And if you would prefer, he says, I can bring the tea out here.
Oh, I can come to the back. That's fine if you don't
Okay.
mind.
Um, he lifts a wooden panel up so you can come behind the counter, and past he goes through a black beaded curtain, and there you see there's a large, not large, but a small storeroom, with boxes and crates. You see off to the side there's a working bench with what looks like molding clay, and he looked like he was in the middle of making some figures, and there are figures of um, all shapes and sizes, particular in stages of being worked on. But in the middle of this chaotic workspace, there is a small table with two stools, and he goes over to a small wooden stove, and um, he lights some kindling, and he puts a small metallic kettle on the wooden stove, and he brings out some savory cookies, so to speak, British style biscuits, and he puts them on the table, and he invites you to sit. He sets up the small teacups, and gets some fresh mint and crushes that down with a mortar and pestle, stuffs it, um, sneaks it into the warming metal kettle, and once and adds some water and waits for the tea to get hot. And he doesn't say anything to you while he's doing this. He's like methodically just making a mint green tea. And after the water boils, he seeps the tea for a few minutes, and he pours it in small cups, and takes a seat, and off his workstation he takes a small set of spectacles, and uses his shirt to clean them, and folds his hands in front of him, um, gestures to you to help yourself to biscuits and tea, and he says, "What did you want to know?"
I'm not sure. Um, I
Surely
I
you seek a vengeance of some sort.
yes. I
I'm sorry, I didn't. Did I? Did you tell him your name, or did you
I didn't.
um? Uh, I'm sorry. What is your name, ma'am?
For now, I would like you to just call me Leyland.
Okay.
Um, my group isn't here under the most normal of circumstances at the moment. Nothing illegal. But at the same time, I want to make sure that I don't bring trouble to us.
That's fair. Um, I assume that then you are here because he spoke to you.
Yes. After a not so great rescue mission, um, I sought him out. Though I will be honest in that I don't know if I knew what I was getting into at the moment. But I I'm going to continue this.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you my story. And the reason I'm going to tell you my story is it should serve as a warning for those who wish to follow this path. I came into this path because my older brother, Gerard, was murdered by a nobleman of Robert. And he was killed in an unjust way for a crime that was not his fault. So I sought vengeance for him. And I typically did what most adventurers do. I found a group of companions. We ventured through the land together. And eventually, I found my brother's murderer and slew him, delivering the justice I think he deserved. However, when you're in that kind of mindset, when you are pursuing a target of injustice, sometimes that consumes you. Sometimes that leads you to do things that you didn't think was possible. And for a time, I did some of those things. I am not proud of doing those things, but I did them. The thing about Hoar is you need to learn not to lose yourself. There are injustices, there are acts of vengeance that you must act upon. But when you lose yourself to vengeance itself, then things become a little trickier. And there were multiple points in my journey where I almost lost myself. Thankfully, I had an anchor with my companions, and they, for lack of better terms, knocked me upside my head just to get me back on straight. And if you have people like that, that's wonderful for you. If you don't, then you're in danger of falling into that path of vengeance I describe.
I take a sip of the tea, and I say, not the most recent misadventure, but the one before that, we saved children, young boys, 9, 10, from being sacrificed. The path that I want to follow is not necessarily vengeance against a singular evil, but rather all of it. Because after the atrocities that we've seen, I can't sit by and let that happen.
Then it sounds like your cause was more noble than mine when I first started.
Not to say that it's not going to, I'm sure, at some point be more personal than that, but it seems that there's a darkness in the world that I feel the need to help with.
There's always going to be darkness in the world. That is a truth that we must realize and bear. But
if we don't act against the darkness, then what good are we?
that's true. That's very true. So, if you indeed are going to set on this path of vengeance and righteousness, I suspect that you need a teacher. I suspect that's what he sent you for. Because you might have the basics, but there's more to our than, well, than meets the eye, I suppose. And I could teach you that. I could teach you what I've learned. So maybe in the future, you won't make the same mistakes I did, but as the saying goes, history does repeat itself. So, the choice is yours. You won't find many of us, and if you wish to maybe find another temple of a similar path, that's fine. But they don't understand quite like we do. I don't know if anybody does. The learning of taking that flame of vengeance into your heart, into your soul, into your being, and using it as a weapon against those who would do wrong and those who have done wrong.
That is the path I wish to pursue.
All right. Okay. I think we can work with that then. So he goes to the back of the room, and from underneath his workbench, he takes out a very dusty black chest, and he just blows the dust off it, and there's a cloud of dust that emerges from the top of the chest. And then he, just undoes the latch, opens the inside, and you see in there's some very carefully folded pieces of cloth and a couple other items, but from beneath the cloth, he brings out a very worn, leather-bound tome. Not a very large tome, not very thick, and he brings it over and he sets it in front of you, and Horus symbol is on the tome.
I pick it up and give him a questioning look, like, is this okay? And I go to open it and read it.
Yeah, it's a book of his tenets. It's a book of it's kind of like sort of like a Bible-esque book of sorts of horror. And he says there isn't many stories on him. He's very mysterious in that way. But this could be your first stepping stone. I haven't opened that book in 10 years. But if you want to go down this path, there's your first step.
I appreciate this. Can I take this and read it and then bring it back to you?
After you read it, and if you still wish to do what you need to do, you can keep it.
Thank you.
I don't have any need for it any longer. And if you have questions or wish to discuss anything, my shop will be open. Leyland.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I kind of tuck the book into just a pocket that I have, a pocket or pack or whatever, and I thank him for his time and head back towards the manor.
Okay. Alright, I think that's where we're going to end. I think my cold medicine is starting to wear off. Oh god. Not the nausea.
Time for NyQuil.
Yeah, time for all the NyQuil. I took it at 6, so It's about time.
So we're level 7 now, right?
Surprise, guys.
Come on, we took out the Paladin and those lions like nothing.
Uh-huh. You know the other group just hit 7. Like, not everybody is 7 yet, and they've been playing longer.
No. One of them has been playing longer. One of them.
Oh man.
You're not level 7. Maybe in a month. But you're not level 7.
Fine.
I
I've got a bottle of
Correct.
Kentucky bourbon I can hook you up with.
don't drink alcohol.
I'm kidding. It's not that good.
Yeah. Alcohol actually makes
I
you
appreciate
really
bourbon.
What?
I unfortunately can't level us up, but I do appreciate bourbon.
Oh, I'm in bourbon country.
Heck yeah.
Comes out of
Technically,
the
you can
tap,
only-
right?
Bourbon only comes from Kentucky, so
Obviously.